After Silvermoon regained her balance, her face was pale, but she sneered at Hua Tianqi. You are me, and I am you. If that person finds out about this, do you think your situation will be any better? Moreover, although he married Linglong, it was me he favored the most. Don't forget, it was he who helped me suppress you and force you into a deep slumber back then. Upon hearing these words, Hua Tianqi stopped smiling, and a fierce expression appeared in her eyes. However, she quickly let out a cold laugh and turned her head, pressing her hand lightly in a certain direction outside the formation. With a thunderous roar, the white teleportation array that everyone had used to enter suddenly collapsed, revealing a deep pit over 10 feet deep. The silver-winged nightshade and the lion-winged beast, who had been quietly retreating toward the teleportation array, froze and had to stop. Where do you two think you're going? One of you has an identical aura to the sky-profound pill master of the past, but with such strong corpse energy. The other, though you've changed a lot in appearance, I still recognize you as the spirit bird he raised. If I'm not mistaken, the sky-profound pill master perished long before I was sealed. It seems you are his body, cultivated to become sentient, and you've reached the silver-winged nightshade stage. Am I wrong? Hua Tianqi said coldly, staring at the silver-winged nightshade. To think that Fairy Linglong could see through our origins so easily. I did meet you a few times in the past, the silver-winged nightshade said, his expression flickering between different emotions, before letting out a bitter smile. You met me in your previous life, not in this one. And as for this lion-winged beast, it was merely a level 7 spirit beast back then, but now it has reached level 10. It seems it could establish itself even in the spirit realm now, Hua Tianqi snorted. No matter what, I still remember Fairy Linglong's unparalleled beauty. But why did you destroy the teleportation array? The silver-winged nightshade asked, having regained his composure after being discovered. Nothing much. Since you've come, don't be in a hurry to leave. I might need your help, Hua Tianqi said nonchalantly. The silver-winged nightshade's face darkened. Although he had no intention of staying here, with the teleportation array destroyed, finding another way out would take some time. After a moment of contemplation, he remained silent. Seeing this, Hua Tianqi turned her attention to the young man surnamed Su and the several Yi family cultivators, a cold smile playing at her lips. Excellent. I didn't expect so many human cultivators to come here, and with such high cultivation levels. Regardless of your esteemed status in the spirit realm, or how you came to possess fellow Taoist Hua's body, our Yi family only seeks the heaven-reaching spiritual treasure in Kunwu Mountain. If you hand over the 8-spirit ruler to us, we will help you escape this tower, the white-robed scholar said respectfully after understanding some of her background. What fellow Taoist Yi said is exactly what I intended to say. The young man surnamed Su added with a forced smile. These two, being cunning old foxes, realized that Hua Tianqi was formidable and decided to try to win her over. The 8-spirit ruler. Sure, anyone who has the ability to take this treasure is welcome to try. I won't stop you, Hua Tianqi said with a flicker of her eyes, completely unconcerned. Hearing this, the Yi family elder and the young man surnamed Su were stunned and exchanged surprised glances. What's the matter? Are you scared now that I've invited you to take the treasure? Hua Tianqi taunted with a mocking laugh. The white-robed scholar and the young man surnamed Su, however, were even more hesitant to act rashly. Meanwhile, Lady Mu, who had been vigilant since Hua Tianqi appeared, carefully took something out from her storage pouch, fearing she might be discovered. Since you don't want the treasure, why did you stop me from taking it just now? The large-headed man asked sharply from a distance, hovering at the edge of the palace. Anyone else can take it, but not you, Hua Tianqi said calmly, glancing at him. Why not? The man asked, his face contorting with anger as he looked at his severed arm. Why not? Didn't you recently meet the avatar of the Yuan Sha holy ancestor? What Yuan Sha holy ancestor? I don't know what you're talking about. The large-headed man denied immediately, though his heart skipped a beat. Though you were with that demon for only a short time, you still carry a trace of demonic energy that is invisible to most, but I can see it clearly. You don't have to admit it, but when you entered the hall and saw my soul vessel, you intended to harm me, didn't you? If it weren't for my host awakening just before you did, I might have fallen prey to your soul annihilation talisman. You've got some nerve. Hua Tianqi said, her eyes flashing with green light, her voice chilling. The white-robed scholar, upon hearing this, hurriedly transmitted a message to the large-headed man, asking something. But the large-headed man remained silent, his face icy. The white-robed scholar's face darkened. Yuan Sha holy ancestor, is he an ancient demon? Han Li suddenly asked. He, Yuan Sha holy ancestor. Hua Tianqi looked up at the sky and coldly laughed, ignoring Han Li's question. Han Li frowned slightly. His intuition told him that the appearance of the ancient demon in Kunwu Mountain was likely related to this Yuan Sha holy ancestor. Everyone pondered in silence for a moment, but soon a cold female voice broke the quiet. Fellow Taoists, don't be deceived. This woman is not a high-realm demoness, but rather a disguise of the ancient demon's avatar meant to confuse us. If you take away the 8-spirit ruler, you might actually release this demon, bringing a great calamity to our realm. The speaker was Lady Mu from the Huaxian sect. She held a green jade seal, from which the illusion of a 5-clawed dragon emerged, roaring furiously at Hua Tianqi as if seeing something loathsome. The dragon transformation seal, Hua Tianqi exclaimed, her face changing. She immediately pressed her hand in Lady Mu's direction. A tearing sound echoed as a tremendous force tore through space and bore down on Lady Mu's head. Lady Mu, startled, hurriedly raised the jade seal. A dragon's roar resounded, and the dragon illusion expanded tenfold, flying out to meet the force. After a deafening clash, the dragon and the force dissipated in a burst of white light. Seizing the opportunity, Lady Mu and the young woman beside her activated their sun and moon shuttles, disappearing into the items. Huatianki, seeing this, frowned. She opened her mouth and shot a silver beam at the shuttles. Unexpectedly, a large, oddly scaled deer phantom appeared, swallowing the beam and then disappearing as if it had never been there. The eight-horned deer. Han Li was startled, quickly looking at the eight-spirit ruler. The treasure, suspended in midair, trembled, emitting waves of seven-colored light. The images of eight spirit beasts became clear, as if the treasure was being activated. Not good. Seeing this, Huatianki immediately shot back into the palace in a flash of silver light. The eight-spirit ruler emitted a piercing hum, and the nearby formation's light flared. The ground shook violently, splitting open to reveal 9 large altars rising from the earth, each several times the size of the smaller altars outside. Each altar bore a massive golden blade, identical in style to the ones wielded by the stone golems, but much larger, each over 10 meters tall, like towering pillars. The 9 true demon-suppressing formation. The white-robed scholar exclaimed upon seeing the altars. Sensing the danger, Han Li grabbed Silver Moon's arm and retreated swiftly. Hearing the Yi family elder's exclamation, a thought flashed in his mind, as if he had heard the name before. But before he could ponder further, the space on one side collapsed into black light, releasing countless streams of demonic energy like black pythons. A triumphant laugh echoed as a two-headed, four-armed demon emerged from the demonic energy, hovering in midair. The 9 golden blades glowed brightly, sending out beams of golden light that filled the sky, pressing down on the demon. The demon's laugh was cut short as he tried to retreat. But a strand of golden light suddenly appeared above the demon's head, slashing down. With a thunderous crash, golden light and demonic energy intermingled. A graceful, slender figure appeared in front of the demon, raising a delicate finger to block the golden light. With a bang, the golden light was unexpectedly dispersed with a flick of the finger, revealing a face that appeared both angry and pleased. A woman dressed in black, exuding a charm akin to that of a celestial being not of this world. Upon seeing this exquisite visage, Silver Moon trembled, her face turning pale. Han Li's gaze, however, fell first on the demonic figure with 4 arms and 2 heads. He couldn't be mistaken. This demon was the ancient fiend that had escaped from the abyssal valley. The Qing bamboo cloud sword within him emitted a low hum, already sensing the presence of the 2 other flying swords that had been confiscated. As for the extraordinarily charming woman before them, seemingly frail and without any visible cultivation base, Han Li took a sharp intake of breath. With a flicker, he moved Silver Moon to the other side of the 9 true demons' suppression great array, releasing her arm only after reaching there. Gui Ling, who had been silently following behind like a shadow, also stayed close and couldn't help but glance curiously at Silver Moon a few times. Be more careful. Han Li knew Silver Moon's identity was extraordinary, but still furrowed his brows to remind her. Silver Moon nodded, turned her head to glance at the charming woman across from them, her face filled with melancholy. Su and Yi family cultivators and others had also retreated to this side of the array. Although they were unusually vigilant, their faces also showed surprise and suspicion. What's going on? These two also have such demonic reactions. An incredulous voice came from the Sun-Moon shuttle, followed by the appearance of Lady Mew, who controlled the artifact and projected a true dragon shadow once again. However, the dragon shadow's reaction to the woman and the ancient demon in front of it was more intense than when facing Huishianqi just now. If Lady Mew hadn't controlled the artifact, the dragon shadow might have flown out on its own. The young man surnamed Su from the Hua Fairyland sect looked coldly at Lady Mew. Although he was tempted by the supreme spirit treasure, he had thoughts of retreating now that the situation was so chaotic. Even if the supreme spirit treasure was tempting, it was necessary to have the means to take it. Thinking so, he moved his lips slightly and transmitted his voice to the heavenly Lady Saintess beside him. As a result, Lin Yinping's eyebrows furrowed slightly. The great fairy of the heavenly lady began to look around erratically, constantly searching for something. In contrast, the white-robed scholar saw that most of the others were attracted by the newly appeared demon and relaxed his attention on the 8-spirit ruler for a moment. After a few flashes of his eyes, he signaled to the other 2 members of the Yi family. With their cover, they pinched their hands and created a virtual image that was exactly the same. The true body then stealthily hid away, disappearing without a trace. Silver-winged Knight Yaksha was somewhat dumbfounded when she saw the newly appeared woman's face. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was full of demonic energy, looking at this woman's face, it was clearly the immortal fairy who had passed away years ago. But who was the person who just destroyed the teleportation array and followed Han Li beside Silver Moon? Silver-winged Knight Yaksha muttered to herself, her eyes turning incessantly, undecided about her intentions. Lady Mew from the Hua Fairyland looked at the shuttle, her face changing constantly, and suddenly stomped her foot, plunging into the Sun-Moon shuttle. Then the spiritual shuttle flickered and directly disappeared into the ground, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Foolish, whether on the ground or in the air, it is impossible to break the prohibition set by the ancient repairers and hide underground. Gui Ling behind Han Li sneered disdainfully at Lady Mew's behavior. This may not be certain. These 2 women are very mysterious, and they seem to know a lot about the Kunwu Mountain. Maybe they really have a way to break the prohibition, Han Li said with a flickering gaze. At this moment, he recalled the origin of the so-called 9 true demon suppression, great array from a book on formation techniques he had read in the past. Although it was briefly mentioned, it described this formation as one of the most powerful formations in the mortal world for warding off evil and suppressing demons. It was said that during the ancient Great War, mortal cultivators used this array to exterminate many ancient demons. Thinking of this, Han Li focused his attention again. Since the appearance of the young woman, the 9 huge golden blades in front of her sprayed countless golden lights madly, sweeping through like a storm. The woman in black, however, lightly flicked her fingers, and no matter how sharp or dense the knife light was, it was immediately dispersed like chaff at her touch, leaving everyone dumbfounded. However, amidst Han Li's astonishment, he also realized something. This woman seemed to have some fear of the 9 true demon suppression great array. She only hovered outside the array and did not rashly intrude into it. Moreover, she glanced faintly at Han Li and the others before looking towards the palace, her gaze finally settling on the 8-spirit ruler. At this moment, the 8-spirit ruler, since the appearance of the 2 demons, had been buzzing and flickering incessantly. The nearby floating silver lotus not only doubled in size, but the 8 spiritual beast phantoms became exceptionally clear, as if they were materialized. The woman in black turned her head and whispered to the ancient demon beside her, her voice barely audible. Han Li couldn't hear anything. Silver Moon, is this woman the incarnation of that Yuan Sheng ancestor? Han Li exhaled deeply and suddenly asked. It's not this demon. Who else could it be? This person is the incarnation of the remnant soul of the ancient demon ancestor, one of the 3 leaders who invaded the mortal world back then. Countless ancient cultivators died in its hands. Silver Moon recalled with some memory restored, and after a moment of silence, she revealed the origin of this Yuan Sheng ancestor. The remnant soul of the ancient demon ancestor. Just now, I heard that your divine soul was forced out of your body. Could it be that this ancient demon's remnant soul is now using this body? Han Li's pupils flickered with blue light, naturally seeing that the woman in black's body was not an illusion, but was originally. It was indeed my original body. Although I don't remember how I was possessed by the other party and turned into a spiritual tool left in the void heaven cauldron, her body is indeed the physical body I once shared with Long Meng. Silver Moon gritted her teeth and spoke slowly. Oh, do you still have a chance to reclaim it? After all, you are the true owner of that body. There must be an opportunity. Han Li looked at the expressionless woman in black across from them, his expression changing. Master, have you forgotten? I have already used soul devouring. Plus, occupying this fox demon body for so long, I no longer have the ability to change bodies again. Perhaps there is some magical method that could achieve this, but it's not something that can be done with worldly techniques. It would require returning to the spirit realm. Moreover, my divine sense is damaged, and my cultivation has fallen to such a level that I've forgotten most of my previous techniques. How can I contend with a demonic soul, unless... Silver Moon hesitated. Unless what? Han Li pressed, unwilling to let go easily. Unless Long Meng and I join forces, maybe there is still hope. But look at her current situation. Would she do this for me? Perhaps just as they have expelled the demonic soul from my body here, she would immediately seal me away on her side, eager to possess this body alone. Silver Moon sighed. Han Li fell silent at her words. Just then, the ancient demon with 2 heads and 4 arms suddenly shouted towards the palace where the giant-headed monster was. Friend Yi, why hesitate? Since you cannot kill that wolf soul, Now all you need to do is restrain the 8-spirit ruler, and the holy ancestor will promise to infuse demonic power into your body. Your cultivation method is not demonic, and this spiritual treasure, without anyone controlling it, will not harm you. The voice of the ancient demon was not loud but clear enough for Han Li and the others to hear. After a moment of shock, everyone looked towards the sky above the palace once again. Upon hearing the words of the ancient demon, the giant-headed monster hesitated visibly. But soon he remembered something, gritted his teeth, and transformed into a yellow light, shooting straight towards the 8-spirit ruler. Strangely enough, despite its formidable appearance, the 8-spirit ruler showed no reaction to the giant-headed monster approaching it. In the blink of an eye, it allowed the monster to reach it, with the 8 spiritual beast phantoms seemingly indifferent. Seeing this, the initially worried giant-headed monster naturally rejoiced. With a flash of light, he swiftly reached out to grab the treasure. "You are indeed bold." A cold snort suddenly came from below the palace. The giant-headed monster seemed to have noticed something and immediately changed his expression, swiftly darting away. Where he had been standing just moments ago, a loud rumbling sound pierced through, a tremendous force instantly piercing through, nearly lifting off half of the palace's roof. The giant-headed monster's expression turned extremely ugly in an instant. "Old demon, there's no need to incite these juniors to resort to trickery. With me guarding below the 8-spirit ruler, anyone wanting to take this treasure must first obtain my permission. I didn't expect that you would manage to escape from the Black Wind flag. Originally, the spiritual treasure that suppressed me has now become a weapon against you." Long Meng's icy voice rang out. "Is that so? I have no intention of continuing to entangle with you, Long Meng. A mere spatial barrier, do you think it can really stop me?" The woman in black smiled faintly, replying so. Then she suddenly shot backwards more than 10 feet, temporarily evading the golden light's entanglement, then turned around and grabbed the void behind her. The originally murky demonic energy surged and condensed, and in the blink of an eye, the demonic energy dissipated, revealing a pitch-black, shiny, small flag. Without hesitation, this flag shot out and, after a few circles, landed in the woman in black's palm. "The Black Wind flag? Impossible. You have never cultivated the universal treasure technique. How can you command this spiritual treasure?" Long Meng's voice became urgent. "I didn't have time to cultivate the technique of this flag. But don't forget our holy ancestors' demonic transformation technique. Even if it's a celestial treasure, after I personally imbue it with demonic energy, it can only temporarily obey me." The woman in black smiled sweetly, then flicked the Black Wind flag in her hand. A deep rumble echoed as the flag transmitted, causing the entire space to tremble. Han Li and the others felt as if the nearby air had suddenly congealed, as if it had solidified in an instant. All the cultivators were shocked. Han Li gasped in shock. The battle before him had clearly surpassed the nascent soul level, beyond what he could easily involve himself in. Immediately, various thoughts raced through his mind. He muttered a few words, and behind him, the puppet's eyes flashed with determination. After a brief hesitation, it transformed into a streak of yellow light and burrowed into the ground. Han Li's eyes darted around, eventually focusing on a particular spot opposite him. There, behind the two demons, a large area of space revealed an intact black teleportation array, partially concealed by an array flag. This is. In a blink, Han Li recalled seeing a similar teleportation array in the previous stone chamber, and a sense of joy surged within him. However, when he shifted his gaze, he found himself locking eyes with the young man surnamed Su. Both were startled but quickly looked away, harboring their own secret thoughts. Clearly, this Grandmaster from the Heavenly Land Prairie also recognized the teleportation array as a possible exit. At this moment, the black-robed woman who had summoned the Black Wind banner stepped toward the palace in the array with the banner in hand. The ancient demon followed her, holding 4 ordinary treasures. Their actions naturally triggered the formidable restrictions of the 9-truth demon subduing array. Instantly, a surge of dazzling golden light swept down from the sky with immense force. The black-robed woman sneered, rubbing her hands together over the small banner. Suddenly, black light erupted, forming a murky black barrier that enveloped her and the ancient demon. A strange scene unfolded. The imposing golden light, upon contact with the black barrier, disappeared like mud in the sea, not even causing a ripple on its surface. The golden light had no effect at all. With the black barrier protecting her, the black-robed woman swiftly advanced into the inner circle of the 9-truths demon subduing array. 9 giant blades trembled, emitting clear sounds as mysterious runes surfaced. The blades rapidly shrank, transforming into 9 golden short swords. Although smaller, the golden swords radiated a dazzling light, resembling 9 golden suns, making it hard to look directly at them. The black-robed woman's expression changed, her previously calm face showing a hint of seriousness. The black barrier expanded, becoming even darker and more polished. At this moment, the 9 golden swords floated up, their tips whirling before pointing at the black-robed woman. With a flash of light, 9 thin golden threads shot out, disappearing instantly. Almost simultaneously, 9 golden explosions occurred on the Black Wind banner's barrier, emitting a blinding light that submerged the barrier entirely. Surprisingly, this incredible attack made no sound, everything happening silently, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Han Li seized this opportunity to glance at the others. Seeing that everyone was captivated by the scene, his face showed a fleeting, unusual expression as he swiftly moved his hand. A spirit beast pouch silently slipped into his sleeve. Without a trace, he let numerous golden flowers fall from his sleeves to the ground, which immediately burrowed underground, leaving no trace behind. In no time, thousands of gold-eating beetles had disappeared underground, unnoticed by anyone. Relieved by this, Han Li felt a bit more at ease. Just then, a faint receive command came from the black-robed woman within the 9 truths demon subduing array. The golden light wavered, revealing a large black hole about 10 feet wide. As soon as the hole appeared, the golden light was absorbed into it, leaving nothing behind. With a sigh, the black hole trembled before dissipating, revealing the black-robed woman and the ancient demon. Holding the black wind banner, she saw the 9 golden swords glowing again, ready to attack. She raised her eyebrows toward the palace and said, "Fellow Taoist Long Meng, don't think you can deplete my demonic energy with the 9 truths demon subduing array and then strike. You should know, the Black Wind Banner is a rare spatial treasure among heavenly spirit treasures. Unless you can tear through space, your attacks won't harm me. If you're sensible, come out now. If I get inside, I won't be so kind." "Why should I come out? Have you changed your mind and decided to merge with me?" A charming laugh came from the palace, showing no concern over the ineffective array. "Yes, I indeed want to merge our primordial spirits again," the black-robed woman replied unexpectedly. "What are you saying? Old demon, do you think I'm a child to believe that?" Long Meng sneered, clearly not trusting her. "Of course, it won't be like before. This time, I'll place some restrictions on you to ensure my primordial spirit remains dominant," the black-robed woman said calmly. She shook the black wind banner, easily engulfing the golden threads shot by the 9 golden swords, though she momentarily halted her steps, preventing further changes from the swords. "Are you dreaming? I'll never agree to such a ridiculous thing. You're already occupying my body. Why bother merging again? Just say what you're plotting," Long Meng said suspiciously. "There is a purpose. You felt it. Neither of us can fully utilize this body's potential alone. Together, we easily trapped the intruding nascent soul cultivator in the illusion. If we don't want to be sealed by human realm cultivators again after escaping, we must merge our primordial spirits," the black-robed woman said coldly. "Ha, the great commander of the ancient demon clan, afraid of a few nascent soul cultivators. Ridiculous," Long Meng laughed mockingly after a pause. "In the past, we could freely return to the Saint Realm to replenish demonic energy and use great powers. But now, the passage is blocked, and the world's energy has changed. Even with my original powers, I can't fully utilize them. Fear of these cultivators is reasonable. You're the same. You were a late nascent soul demon, but how much power can you use now?" the black-robed woman replied emotionlessly. "No matter what you say, I won't agree to making your spirit dominant. Otherwise, what's the difference from before? If you don't accept, let's see if you can enter the palace. Your black wind banner might not even reach here," Long Meng retorted decisively. The black-robed woman's beautiful face turned sinister. "Seems you really trust the 9 truths demon subduing array and 8 spirits ruler. Fine, since you refuse, I'll subdue you myself, extract your spirit's essence, and enhance my powers," she said coldly. She glanced at Han Li's side, then whispered to the ancient demon, who nodded repeatedly and quickly retreated to the black teleportation array, hovering above it silently. This sudden action stunned Han Li and the others, who cursed inwardly. Their plan to stealthily approach the teleportation array and escape was now impossible. Compared to the young man surnamed Su and the other monsters, Han Li felt slightly reassured by his preparations. He noticed the silver-winged nightshade and the Griffon beast vanishing in a flash of green light. Han Li frowned. The young man surnamed Su and the saintess of the heavenly land prairie were muttering continuously, their faces grim. The Yi family cultivators clustered around the white-robed scholar, quietly staying together without a word or any unusual movements. Han Li frowned, sensing something off about the white-robed scholar. With a quick thought, his pupils flashed blue, using his clear sight ability. He discovered the white-robed scholar was a mere illusion of spiritual energy. Alarmed, Han Li quickly scanned his surroundings. Finding nothing unusual nearby, he cautiously searched for the scholar's real body. Meanwhile, the black-robed woman, after blocking another wave of golden threads, suddenly tossed the black wind banner into the sky. Chanting strange words, a black wind burst forth. The wind grew larger and thicker, transforming into an enormous whirlwind. Almost simultaneously, thunder roared above, yellow clouds appeared, and lightning flickered within. Beneath the clouds, near the black whirlwind, countless wind blades formed, the space filled with a cacophony of roaring winds and flying debris. Han Li, encased in a layer of thick green light, protected himself and Silvermoon. Even so, everywhere he looked was filled with the chaotic wind, his shield buzzing from the impact, making him feel tiny amidst the storm. Han Li's face turned exceptionally pale. Under the control of the saint ancestor's incarnation, the black wind banner finally displayed the terrifying power of a heavenly spirit treasure. At this moment, Han Li finally understood what it meant for the wind to be as sharp as knives and the world to collapse. Even though he was only at the edge of the black wind banner's power, he felt as if he had lost all his senses. All he could hear was the howling wind, and all he could see was a murky yellow. His divine sense couldn't extend beyond his protective shield. Any part that did was instantly dispersed by the fierce wind. He now understood why the 3 flames fan, which prevented the 7 flames fan, was ranked so low among the celestial spirit treasures. Even with 3 or 4/10 of its power unleashed, it was nothing compared to the power of the black wind banner. Fortunately, his clear sight ability was still effective. By channeling spiritual energy into his eyes, he could barely make out things within a 10-foot radius through the blue glow in his pupils. As for the 9 Truths demon subduing array in the distance, he couldn't see its condition due to the fierce wind. He could only sense from the tremors in the ground that the battle within was extremely intense. He looked up at the sky, which was similarly chaotic, filled with turbulent wind that made it impossible to see far. Han Li's expression changed as the buzzing from his protective shield grew louder, and maintaining the shield required significantly more mana than before. The power of the Black Wind banner was still increasing. Taking a deep breath, he instinctively glanced down at his feet, thinking that burrowing into the ground might be a good idea. No sooner had this thought occurred than a black wind column as thick as a bowl emerged from the ground about 10 feet away from his shield, quickly expanding and spinning. A tremendous force pulled at him, dragging his green shield toward the wind column. Startled, Han Li condensed his mana, causing the shield to glow brightly and barely managing to halt his movement. Then a dozen golden sword lights shot out from the shield, interweaving and striking the wind column, shredding it into black mist. However, the mist quickly reformed, spinning into a whirlwind again. Seeing this, Han Li's face darkened, and he signaled to Silvermoon to retreat. It seemed that these wind columns were indeed dangerous, making burrowing underground unsafe. Carefully avoiding several more wind columns, they reached the edge of the space, where the wind was significantly weaker and no black wind columns appeared. Finally, they could catch their breath. Han Li's face remained solemn. He glanced at the palace, his eyes flashing with determination, and then drew a golden sword about a foot long, striking the gray barrier behind him. With a tearing sound, the barrier split open several feet deep, but a flash of white light soon restored it to its original state. Han Li frowned. The barrier didn't seem particularly tough, as his flying sword could easily cut through it. However, its thickness was unknown, and it regenerated quickly. Without a powerful strike to penetrate it in one go, escaping this place seemed impossible. After some contemplation, Han Li moved his hand to his storage pouch at his waist. With a flash of light, the three flames fan appeared in his hand. Cautiously injecting spiritual energy, he shook the fan, causing a layer of three-colored light to appear on its surface. Han Li took a deep breath, holding the fan with one hand and lightly fanning the barrier. A burst of three-colored flames surged from the fan, dissolving a 10-foot-wide hole in the barrier. However, as soon as Han Li peered into the hole, his face turned grim. The flames had penetrated over 30 feet before dissipating, but the barrier still showed no signs of being breached. Although he hadn't used the fan's full power, the barrier's thickness made him hesitate. While the three flames fan was powerful, it was unlikely that increasing its power slightly would break through the ancient restriction set by the old cultivators. After all, this was the place where the spirit of the demon concubine Long Meng and the incarnation of the ancient demon saint were sealed. Moreover, fully unleashing the fan's power could draw the attention of the ancient demon saint. If the barrier wasn't breached and he attracted trouble instead, it would be disastrous. Han Li also suspected that the barrier might contain other linked restrictions. Breaking it might trigger a backlash, which was no laughing matter. Thinking of this, Han Li loosened his grip on the fan slightly, his expression fluctuating. This space won't be that simple. Master, It's better not to act rashly, Silvermoon suddenly said, having been in a daze since seeing Long Meng. Han Li smiled, about to respond, when his face suddenly darkened. Turning his head toward the source of the wind, he coldly said, "Who's there? Don't blame me for being rude if you continue lurking around." With these words, he tightened his grip on the Three Flames fan, and the fan's surface glowed with three-colored light. "Don't act, Taoist Han. I know the power of your fan and would rather not face it." A man's voice echoed through the yellow wind, revealing two white figures, a man and a woman, Su, the young man, and Lin Yinping, the saintess of heavenly land prairie. Han Li raised an eyebrow, not hiding his surprise but coldly responding. "Oh, are you two here to take this opportunity to attack me?" He glanced casually toward the palace. The wind was fiercest there, with most of the black wind columns converging in that area. Yet it couldn't conceal the faint sounds of thunder and occasional flashes of golden light that momentarily lit up the entire space. It seemed the Nine Truths demon subduing array was indeed extraordinary, holding up even against the fierce power of the Black Wind banner. It was unclear if the Eight Spirits ruler had joined the battle. While Han Li pondered this, seeing that the black-robed woman was still preoccupied, he felt a temporary sense of relief and focused back on the couple before him, his expression unchanged. "Taoist, no need for hostility. We're here to discuss a plan for self-preservation," Lin Yinping calmly said, raising her hand to create a soundproof barrier. "What plan?" Han Li asked flatly, though he was intrigued. "Why feign ignorance, Taoist Han? The power of the Black Wind banner is overwhelming. We can't defeat the ancient demon saint even if we join forces. If we don't leave while it's preoccupied with the spirit of the demon concubine, we'll be finished when it turns its attention to us," Lin Yinping said directly, not wasting time. "Oh, so you too don't want the celestial spirit treasure anymore?" Han Li asked, narrowing his eyes. "Don't joke, Taoist. While the treasure is valuable, it can't compare to our lives. The ancient demon saint has been trapped for years, its true energy depleted. Our nascent souls are perfect for it to replenish its energy. Once it has the chance, it won't let us go," Su said decisively, showing his understanding of the ancient demons. "So what do you propose?" Han Li, having guessed their intentions, still asked expressionlessly. "Naturally, we'll join forces to attack the ancient demon guarding the teleportation array and escape," Su replied without hesitation. "Just the few of us. Do you realize how powerful that two-headed, four-armed ancient demon is?" Han Li asked with a cold laugh. "You mean we can't defeat it together?" Lin Yinping asked, surprised. "Do you know that this demon once escaped a siege by 3 great cultivators and a dozen other nascent soul cultivators?" Han Li said, stroking the fan slowly. "This ancient demon escaped from your Tian Nan," Su exclaimed in shock. "Yes, it's the same demon." Seeing Han Li's certainty, Su and Lin Yinping exchanged worried glances. "What if we join in? Surely that would be enough to repel it," a cold voice said from above. Han Li and the others looked up to see two figures, a silver-winged yaksha and a griffin beast, appearing amidst the wind. These two creatures were surrounded by spiritual light, unaffected by the fierce wind, floating calmly. The silver-winged yaksha's wind abilities seemed to thrive in this environment. You two as well. Do you want to join forces? Han Li asked, regaining his composure. Of course. While we are different from you to the ancient demon saint, there's no difference. If we don't leave, we'll suffer the same fate, the silver-winged yaksha said bluntly. With your help, plus gooey Taoist, we're sure to succeed. We must act quickly, as we don't know how long the array and the 8 spirits ruler can buy us, Su agreed, looking at Han Li. Clearly, if Han Li agreed, their alliance would be set. The silver-winged yaksha and the griffin beast also looked at Han Li. After a brief hesitation, Han Li nodded slowly. We only aim to repel the demon, not necessarily kill it. This should be enough. I'll summon gooey Taoist, Han Li said, making a decision. He quickly formed a spell and his soul-bound token began to glow faintly. The silver-winged yaksha and the griffin beast descended to stand by him. In a moment, a flash of yellow light appeared beside Han Li, and Gui Ling emerged silently behind him. The manifested Gui Ling wasn't surprised by the presence of the Su youth, the silver-winged yaksha, and others nearby. However, after glancing at Han Li, she transmitted a few words. Han Li's previously calm face suddenly showed a hint of surprise. What is it? Did Gui Taoist discover something below? Lin Yinping, the holy maiden of Tianlin, asked with bright eyes when she saw Han Li's expression. Nothing much, just that the two Taoists from Huaxian sect seemed to be looking for a way out down below. Han Li responded calmly, his expression quickly returning to normal. Oh, really? Lin Yinping's eyes sparkled, and her lips curled into a knowing smile, clearly not believing Han Li's words. But Han Li remained expressionless, evidently unwilling to say more. The others, although equally puzzled, did not wish to stir up more trouble as they were about to act together. They quickly began discussing their plans. Being experienced fighters, they soon formulated a detailed plan within the soundproof barrier. Immediately, the others' bodies glowed and disappeared into the fierce wind, beginning their actions. Han Li nodded at Gui Ling, who once again vanished underground. As for Silvermoon, following his command, she transformed back into a small fox and flew into his sleeve. Han Li glanced towards the direction of the black teleportation array, stroked his chin, and patted his storage bag at his waist. With a flash of silver light, a pale silver figure appeared before him. It was the humanoid puppet. With a gentle wave of his hand, the puppet's light transformed into an inconspicuous yellow light. Its eyes then shone with purple light and it disappeared, as if it had never been there. This battle was crucial, and Han Li could not afford to hold back. With the puppet assisting, he felt more confident in the fight. Given the puppet's previous display of advanced concealment techniques, he was confident that even the ancient demon wouldn't detect it. As for the black-robed woman, Han Li had never encountered a demon of the Yuancha saint ancestors level before, so he wasn't entirely sure if he could evade her senses. With one hand holding the three-flame fan and the other forming a spell, Han Li's wind and thunder wings appeared behind him. In a flash of silver light, he disappeared. In another corner of the space, above the black teleportation array, the two-headed ancient demon floated in midair with its four arms crossed, enveloped by a set of gray glowing array flags below. One of its heads watched the direction of the palace with a serious expression, while the other head scanned the surroundings vigilantly. Each of its four arms held a different treasure, a pair of purple rings, a green spear, and a red, brick-like treasure. Although the fierce wind from the black wind flag was intense, it didn't seem to affect the demon much. Its head watching the palace didn't blink, showing a solemn expression. Suddenly, the demon's eyes flashed as a loud noise came from a distance. A golden blade of light shot into the sky, splitting the thick clouds and creating an astonishing momentum that momentarily halted the howling wind. The demon's eyebrows twitched, showing a hint of hesitation. It seemed to want to assist but was filled with concerns. Soon, however, it relaxed. Because after the shocking blade light, an incredibly thick wind column also swept out. The wind column, over 10 feet in diameter, resembled a black wind dragon. It even swallowed nearby lightning and created such a disturbance that the surrounding air buzzed and distorted as if about to tear the space apart. Seeing this, the ancient demon's expression eased. Its other head's eyes suddenly widened without warning, and a giant hand swiftly swung forward. A red light shot out, transforming into a giant brick several feet wide, crashing down with a roar. Even before hitting the ground, the brick was already enveloped in crimson flames, manifesting several fierce fire pythons. HMPH, I didn't expect you to be so alert. A cold snort came from the fierce wind, and two figures appeared. One of them casually raised a hand, and a blue rainbow shot out, transforming into a large jade umbrella that met the falling brick. With a series of explosive sounds, the jade umbrella, an ancient treasure of cold attributes, resisted the brick amidst a blue, misty cold air. Blue light and crimson flames clashed fiercely, and although the fire pythons roared and bit ferociously, they couldn't overcome the jade umbrella due to the elemental counter. The two figures stood motionless, coldly staring at the ancient demon in midair. They were the Su Youth and Lin Yinping. The ancient demon's two large heads moved, all four eyes focusing on the man and woman below. I recognize you. You are cultivators from the Tianlin grassland. What now, trying to leave here? Too late, one head grinned, its voice booming. The Su Youth's face showed a murderous intent, but he remained silent, slapping his waist's spirit beast bag. A phoenix-like cry echoed, and a five-colored peacock flew out, spreading its wings and hovering above the youth's head. Incredibly, wherever the peacock's five-colored light shone, the fierce wind immediately ceased, creating a calm zone. This scene didn't escape the ancient demon's notice. A lynxy peacock, You actually have such an ancient spirit bird, but its cultivation is too shallow. If it were an adult, I might truly fear it. Is that so? Then taste the power of the five-colored light, the Sioux youth said, unmoved by the demon's words. With a clear cry, the peacock responded, and with a sudden flap of its wings, countless rays of five-colored light rolled out. The ancient demon snorted, bringing the two purple rings in its hands together. With a sharp hum, the rings created a sound that made one feel agitated and dizzy. The two rings then shot out, forming layers of purple shadows that seemed to cover the sky. The demon also began to chant, black demonic energy surging from its body, seemingly preparing to enhance its treasures. Meanwhile, the Sioux youth and Lin Yinping each brought out a treasure. One threw a ball of green light, while the other unleashed countless silver threads from a silver silk scarf. At that moment, a purple and green smoke appeared in the wind, quietly approaching the ancient demon's head without a sound, showing the excellence of their stealth techniques. The purple shadows and five-colored light clashed, creating dazzling sparks. The demon's demonic energy turned into several black pythons, ferociously striking out. Suddenly, the purple and green smoke burst into dazzling light, and two figures lunged out. Sharp claws and a cloud of gray threads descended upon the ancient demon's head, perfectly timed with the other attacks arriving just before the demon. With attackers so close and launching a surprise assault, the ancient demon was startled but not panicked. With a thought, the nearby black pythons turned from offense to defense, blocking the green light and silver threads. Simultaneously, one head spewed black flames while the other shot a black beam. However, as the demon's attention was drawn to the overhead attackers, a golden light flashed at the edge of the gray array's restriction below. A giant sword, crackling with thunder, shot up from underground, slashing towards the sky. So fast was the giant sword that almost as soon as the demon sensed it, the sword was upon it, the purple flames and golden arcs on the sword clearly visible to the demon. "It's you." The demon instantly recognized the sword's owner, shouting in anger. But because the sword was too fast and the demon was distracted by other attacks, it could only hurriedly swing its four arms, sending out dozens of crystalline claw shadows forming a net to intercept the sword. Such a hastily formed barrier couldn't truly stop the giant sword. In an instant, the sword pierced the net, slashing towards the demon. But in that brief moment, just as the sword was about to strike, a black demonic shield appeared on the demon's body. With a loud boom, a giant light ball exploded on the demon, its light so bright it obscured everything. On the ground, a silver arc flashed, and Han Li, having used a lightning escape technique, surfaced, looking up with a frown. He had clearly sensed the sword strike the demon, but felt it had been deflected by something without a solid hit. As he pondered this, something moved within the blinding light above. With a swoosh, a black shadow shot out like a taut bowstring, disappearing and reappearing above Han Li. "Die!" The giant figure roared like thunder. a black, buzzing giant blade slashing down at Han Li with lightning speed. Though startled, Han Li, prepared, had his wind and thunder wings flap ahead of time, disappearing in a flash of lightning just as the black blade narrowly missed him. A dull thud sounded, leaving a deep slash on the ground. 20 yards away, Han Li reappeared amidst thunder, staring back at the original spot. The giant figure was the ancient demon, looking extremely battered with only 3 intact arms, one partially severed, a fist-sized hole in its shoulder, and several deep gashes on its chest, nearly disemboweling it. The combined attack from Han Li, and the others had clearly left the demon severely wounded. Seeing Han Li escape, the demon's 4 eyes flashed with fierce light as it glared at him. Then its hands suddenly moved apart. With a flash of black light, the buzzing giant blade split into 2 slightly smaller blades, still emitting sharp sounds. The ancient demon's twin blades trembled, emitting countless black crescent-shaped slashes that flew densely towards Han Li. Ignoring the other cultivators, the demon seemed to fixate solely on Han Li, determined to pursue him relentlessly. This wasn't surprising. Among the group, Han Li and the Tianlin Holy Maiden had the lowest cultivation levels, and with Lin Yinping in the air with the Su youth, the isolated Han Li appeared to be the easiest target. The ancient demon, never having faced Han Li before, underestimated him, an oversight it would surely regret. Seeing the fierce assault, Han Li remained unperturbed. With a flick of his sleeve, a small silver shield shot out, expanding into a giant shield to block the attack. He sighed softly, casting a glance at the demon. Far away, the ancient demon hesitated upon seeing Han Li's calm demeanor, but soon felt a strange pressure from beneath its feet. Before it could react, a figure wrapped in yellow light emerged from the ground a few meters behind it. With a low shout, the figure wielded a giant silver axe, delivering a powerful strike. This was Gui Ling, who had been lurking beneath Han Li, waiting for the perfect moment to attack. As a 10th-level demon beast, her full-strength ambush was devastating. Even before the axe descended, its immense spiritual power caused the ground to sink a foot deep. The ancient demon, its expression changing, shifted its focus from Han Li to this new threat. In a blur of movement, it twisted its body and crossed its blades above, unleashing 2 powerful slashes of black light that met the descending silver axe. The clash created a violent explosion of black and silver light, halting the axe's descent temporarily. Seizing the moment, the demon chanted a spell, causing its body to swell and its exposed skin to sprout large, glossy black scales, resembling a suit of armor. The injured areas healed rapidly under the cloak of black demonic energy. As the demon's body expanded, it exhaled deeply and emitted concentric shockwaves that suspended the giant axe midair, as if blocked by an invisible force. Enveloped in black-purple flames, it began chanting an incantation, preparing a powerful secret technique. Gui Ling, sensing the danger, didn't retreat. Instead, she let out a loud shout and transformed, her body covered in a layer of blue armor. The silver axe grew larger and more radiant, resuming its downward strike with renewed force. Gui Ling's transformation caught the demon off guard. It halted its chant and parried the axe with its black blades, retreating swiftly. The clash sent a wave of energy outward, but the demon, prepared, remained unscathed, using the force to speed up its retreat. During its retreat, the demon's third arm, wielding a green halberd, unleashed a black flame that transformed into a comet, shooting towards Gui Ling. The swift attack struck her, causing a burst of light as it collided with her armor. As the demon prepared to unleash its secret technique, an unexpected change occurred. A weak black light flashed behind it, revealing a small, ink-black flying knife. The demon, sensing the threat, felt a sharp pain in its head, causing its actions to falter. In that brief moment, a thin bloodline appeared on its neck, and one of its heads fell, blood spurting out. Han Li, his face pale, released the spell he had been forming. He had used a simplified version of the mind stab technique from the Great Evolution technique, which he had developed himself. Although not as powerful as the true mind stab, it was enough to momentarily disrupt the demon's actions, earning it the name Disruptive Stab. Despite the reduced power, the attack left Han Li dizzy and unable to repeat it immediately. The remaining head of the demon, realizing what had happened, roared in rage, shrouding itself in demonic energy and vanishing. Moments later, it reappeared several dozen meters away, heavily wounded. From Gui Ling's initial ambush to the demon's severe injury, everything happened in an instant, leaving the Sioux youth and the silver-winged Yaksha stunned. Their original plan was merely to drive the demon away from the teleportation array, not to injure it. They had not expected Han Li to take such drastic measures. Han Li's actions and the mysterious appearance of the flying knife were beyond their comprehension, causing them to reassess their own safety. The demon, overwhelmed by the coordinated attacks, had no chance to use its powerful abilities and was severely injured. With a venomous glare at Han Li, the demon, enveloped in black energy, began retreating towards the black-robed woman, not intending to engage further. However, Han Li's expression was one of mockery. A silver light exploded near the demon, and a figure appeared. The demon, startled, hastily defended itself, but as it looked, it felt a dizzying sensation, its mind filled with purple light. Hypnosis. Despite its strong spirit, the demon was momentarily disoriented, giving Han Li the opportunity to strike. A green light intertwined with golden arcs approached, recognized by the demon as the divine thunder, which it feared. Injured and unwilling to take the hit, the demon summoned a black shield, meeting the green light. Yet at that moment, a thunderous sound erupted behind the demon. Han Li, with lightning speed, appeared, launching a purple fire dragon and several golden swords. The demon turned its head, unleashing black shockwaves and wielding black blades, but it was already too late. The black flying knife reappeared and disappeared in a flash. This time, the ancient demon's attention was entirely drawn to Han Li, who had suddenly appeared from behind. When the demon marrow drill reappeared as a flying knife, the demon was clearly slower to react than before. Given the eerie speed of the flying knife, it was already too late for the demon to dodge when it finally realized the threat. The same scene played out again at the demon's neck. A line of blood appeared, and the demon's other head rolled cleanly off. Seeing this, Han Li was naturally overjoyed. But before he could even smile, the headless demon's twin blades didn't dissipate as expected. Instead, they transformed into two beams of black light, shooting straight at Han Li. A fierce wind rose, and the headless demon's body exploded into a thick cloud of demonic energy. Although Han Li was startled, he wouldn't let his prey escape so easily. Without hesitation, he formed a hand seal, and the purple fire dragon that had been sent out exploded in turn. Purple flames the size of an inch spread over an area of 10 feet, falling like rain. Dozens of small golden swords swirled densely, immediately reducing the two black blades to nothingness. The swords then scattered, emitting arcs of golden lightning that formed a huge golden net, which fell along with the purple flames. A loud crackling sound rang out. Most of the demonic energy couldn't escape far before being frozen solid by large blocks of purple ice. The remaining black energy collided with the golden net, and amidst a series of crackles, vanished into thin air. Seeing this, Han Li cautiously formed another hand seal, lightly uttering the word explode. The entire golden net burst apart, sending countless thin arcs of lightning crashing down. The purple ice shattered under the impact. The black energy and the countless strands of the ancient demon's essence hidden within the shattered ice were naturally obliterated. Several treasures fell from the demonic energy. When Han Li saw two items wrapped in black threads among the treasures, his eyes lit up. With a flick of his finger, two golden arcs shot out, instantly dispersing the black threads, revealing two small golden swords that appeared somewhat dim, as if their spirituality had been significantly damaged. These were precisely the two azure bamboo cloud-splitting swords that Han Li had lost many years ago. Overjoyed, Han Li immediately tried to control the swords with his divine sense, and the two swords leaped up and landed in his hands. Finally, Han Li's tense heart relaxed considerably. Fortunately, although the swords had been sealed by the ancient demon for many years, their spiritual nature wasn't entirely lost. With some re-refinement, they could be restored to their original state. Meanwhile, the young man named Su and the others watched as Han Li injured the ancient demon, pursued it, and quickly eliminated it without allowing its primordial spirit to escape. They exchanged glances, seeing fear in each other's eyes. As for the newly appeared humanoid puppet, they were naturally puzzled, not knowing where Han Li had summoned such a powerful entity from. When everyone was transported in earlier, this person was nowhere to be seen. Could his stealth technique be so advanced that it could elude everyone's senses? Thinking this, they became even more uneasy. However, they were not ordinary individuals. They quickly suppressed their concerns and unanimously began attacking the restriction below. Around the black teleportation array, several formation flags formed a gray light shield, isolating the array within. This restriction also rendered the teleportation array on the other end ineffective. Various attacks whistled down. Despite the flashes of spiritual light and the booming sounds, the gray light shield formed by the formation flags proved extraordinarily tough. Whether it was the soul-searing threads of the silver-winged yaksha, the sharp claws of the lion-bird beast, or the cyan orb launched by the young man named Su, they only caused faint ripples on the shield. The seemingly simple 7 or 8 gray flags swayed slightly within the restriction, remaining unaffected. This scene caused the group, who had thought the path ahead would be smooth without the ancient demon's obstruction, to tense up again. The lion-bird beast, with its volatile temper, saw its claws were ineffective and immediately opened its blood-red mouth, releasing golden sound waves that caused the shield to deeply indent, showing signs of strain. Seeing this, the young man named Su activated his divine sense, and the lynxy peacock hovering above his head flapped its wings, sending a whirlwind of 5-colored light. Lin Yinping beside him also formed a hand seal, spitting out silver light spheres that bombarded the shield in rapid succession. The silver-winged yaksha condensed countless soul-searing threads into a giant snake that viciously struck down. Everyone knew their chance to escape depended on this one attack, so they exerted their full strength, holding nothing back. In an instant, the dazzling spiritual light engulfed the restriction. The gray light shield finally emitted cracking sounds, and just then, Han Li and Kui Ling returned, flying back in their light. The humanoid puppet vanished, stealthily hiding somewhere. Although Han Li's return seemed uneventful, it greatly intimidated the others. As the formation flags let out a final wail and snapped in two, several figures simultaneously lunged towards the teleportation array. However, after a few bursts of spiritual light, several figures were sent flying back. At this moment, they attacked each other, repelling everyone else. Han, what is the meaning of this? The young man named Su, face livid, held a cyan orb, glaring angrily at Han Li. What meaning? You should ask yourself that. Han Li replied with a faint smile, several golden swords floating before him, and the 3-flame fan in his hand intimidating the others. The first to teleport must include me. I don't trust you human cultivators. The silver-winged yaksha, wrapping its wings protectively around itself, coldly declared. Haha, that will be difficult. This small teleportation array can only transport 2 people at a time. If those who go out first destroy the array outside, those left behind will be doomed, Han Li said, his smile vanishing as his voice turned cold. As he spoke, the lion-bird beast and Kui Ling moved in, forming a standoff. Suddenly, a cold, clear voice echoed from the distant palace. How dare you kill my sacred clan member in front of me? None of you will leave. The voice, icy and bone-chilling, was clearly that of the black-robed woman. The Yuan Sha holy ancestor's incarnation sensed the ancient demon's death immediately, but only now managed to free herself, speaking in fury. At this moment, the black wind banner in her hand was displaying nearly half of its power, shredding the 9 true demons subduing Array to pieces. Even the 8 spirit rulers above the palace were buzzing, their beastly apparitions joining the fray around the holy ancestor, but to no avail. The woman originally planned to first deal with the demons subduing Array, and then subdue the 8 spirit rulers. But upon sensing her only subordinate's death, her killing intent surged. With a cold expression, the black-robed woman spat several mouthfuls of blood onto the small banner, sending a series of hand seals into it. The banner emitted dazzling black light, growing rapidly into a giant flag over 10 feet long and as thick as a bowl, covered in swirling purple runes and black mist. Nearby whirlwinds responded to the banner's transformation, increasing in power and shredding the demons subduing Array's altar to pieces. Several golden blades spun wildly in the wind, indicating the imminent collapse of the Array. As for the 8 spirit rulers, their beastly apparitions surrounding the woman struggled to maintain their form against the powerful wind pillars, their bodies swaying unsteadily. On the other side, Sue and the silver-winged Yaksha, hearing the woman's chilling words and sensing the intensifying storm, felt a chill. Had it not been for their mutual wariness, they would have already rushed into the teleportation array. Let Taoist Kui Ling and Lady Lin go first. Taoist Kui Ling, as a beast, is familiar with the silver-winged duo, and I trust Kui Ling won't abandon me. Lady Lin going first should also reassure Brother Sue. The second group will be the Lionbird Beast and Brother Sue, and lastly, I will go with the silver-winged Taoist. Hurry, time is running out, Hanli proposed swiftly, sensing the ominous changes in the air and not waiting for further discussion. Sue and the silver-winged Yaksha, also sensing the space's change, could only nod despite their lingering doubts, knowing they had no better plan and any delay might doom them all. Following Han Li's command, Kui Ling and Lin Yinping moved towards the teleportation array. Just as they were about to step in, the array flashed white, and a figure materialized in the center. Someone had teleported in from outside. Everyone, including Han Li, was taken aback. At that moment, a cold, clear voice rang out from the center. Chaos opens the sky. With those words, a pitch-black pillar of light shot up from afar, pausing eerily midair before splitting the sky in two. One half remained sunny, while the other turned into an all-encompassing black void, which swiftly spread towards Han Li and the others, covering the sky above them in an instant. Before Han Li and the others could react, amidst the black-robed woman's cold laughter, the distant flash of light disappeared rapidly, and everyone's vision went dark. They found themselves trapped in a dim, oppressive space. The Yuan Sha holy ancestor had activated the spatial abilities of the Black Wind Banner, resealing the small area and trapping everyone within. The young man named Sue, and the others turned pale. Quick, teleport out. Huh, Where's the person who teleported in earlier? The teleportation array has failed. It can't be activated. Several voices, filled with alarm and anger, rang out. Most of the people were starting to panic. Han Li's heart sank. He, too, hadn't seen where the person who teleported in had gone, nor had he gotten a clear look at their face. However, compared to the teleportation array failing, that was a minor issue. In a flash, Han Li was by the teleportation array. Lin Yinping and Kui Ling were inside the array, examining it anxiously. "Let me take a look," Han Li said sternly, raising his hand. He cast a spell at the edge of the array, but the weak flash of light it produced had no further reaction. Han Li's expression turned grim. By now, the young man named Su and the silver-winged Yaksha had also gathered around. Though they weren't adept at formations, seeing Han Li's expression, the silver-winged Yaksha couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the teleportation array?" "The array itself is fine, but it's been sealed by the spatial power of the Black Wind banner. Unless we break this space or the owner of the banner releases the seal, we can't teleport out," Han Li said slowly, staring at the array. "Break the space? How? Are we supposed to defeat the Yuan Sha holy ancestor? If we had that kind of power, we wouldn't be in such a hurry to leave," the silver-winged Yaksha exclaimed in frustration. Complaining won't help. Luckily, the demon is focused on the palace and hasn't attacked us yet. We need to come up with a plan to escape. "Save your grievances," Han Li retorted sharply. The silver-winged Yaksha was furious, but recalling something, he suppressed his anger and began thinking quietly. The young man named Su also fell into deep thought. Lin Yinping and Kui Ling walked out of the array, their brows furrowed. While Han Li and the others were momentarily at a loss in the sealed space, outside, the black-robed woman stood amidst a black whirlwind, her face showing a cold smile. Aside from a few wind pillars around her, the nearby storm had subsided, revealing a scene of devastation that was gradually becoming clearer. Although using the spatial power had drained much of the Black Wind banner's energy, the 9 true demons subduing array was destroyed. The remaining power was enough to deal with the uncontrolled 8 spirit ruler. This powerful treasure, relying only on its inherent spirituality, could hardly display its full abilities. It could merely suppress the wolf soul in the palace, which lacked its physical body. The woman glanced around, her eyes falling on a certain person atop the palace. The big-headed man who had stayed nearby since the battle began, not daring to make any move. Despite the fierce winds under the Black Wind banner, the center of the palace had remained safe. The man was unharmed. The black-robed woman's eyes flashed with a strange light, and she spoke in a melodious voice. "Taoist Yi, bring the 8 spirit ruler to me. Don't worry, I'll ensure Taoist Longmeng won't attack you." The man hesitated, his face showing uncertainty. "What's the matter? Do you doubt my ability to protect you?" the black-robed woman asked with a light laugh, casually flicking her finger toward the distant Yi family cultivators. They were huddled together, surrounded by protective treasures, with the illusion of the scholar in white among them. Seeing the woman's action, they were alarmed. Her delicate finger moved. Yet no spiritual light appeared, as if she was just flicking at the air. The Yi family cultivators were puzzled. The big-headed man was also surprised, not understanding her intent. Bang, bang, two muffled sounds, and blood-red flowers blossomed between the brows of the nun and the old man among the Yi family cultivators, their bodies collapsing lifelessly. Their protective treasures and spiritual light had been useless. The square-faced, middle-aged man's protective white bone ring flashed, deflecting a translucent bead. The bead, only the size of a thumb, shattered with a pop upon being deflected by the yellow light, disappearing. The illusion of the scholar in white, hit between the brows, also vanished. Nah. The black-robed woman and the big-headed man spoke simultaneously. The woman was surprised, while the man was shocked. The moon-reflecting ring. No, a counterfeit, the woman muttered, showing a trace of surprise. What do you mean by this, holy ancestor? The big-headed man's face darkened. What do I mean? If you don't trust me, I naturally need to demonstrate my abilities. Are those people related to you? She asked indifferently. The man snorted, displeased but silent. His gaze lingered on the spot where the scholar's illusion had vanished, his face full of suspicion. The two Yi family cultivators' bodies exploded, releasing two panic-stricken nascent souls that flew toward the square-faced cultivator. He collected the nascent souls with a stern face, his bone ring flashing as he continued to watch the black-robed woman warily, fearing another attack. Either she didn't care or felt one demonstration was enough. The black-robed woman ignored the cultivator's actions and turned back to the big-headed man. Taoist Yi, help me retrieve the 8-spirit ruler. If you do, I'll infuse you with demonic energy to extend your lifespan. When we face the demon queen, you won't need to fight. Is this too much to ask? Her beautiful face turned cold, and her eyes glowed with a sinister blood-red hue. The big-headed man's expression changed. Realizing he had no choice but to comply, he gritted his teeth and flew toward the 8-spirit ruler. As soon as he moved, a cold snort echoed from the palace below. A massive 10-meter-long hand appeared above the man, crashing down like a mountain. Feeling the immense pressure, the man paled and tried to retreat. But at that moment, the black-robed woman lightly slapped toward the palace. A thunderous boom resounded, as if the giant hand had been struck by something, sending it flying and disintegrating into specks of white light. Relieved, the man continued, transforming into a yellow light that shot toward the 8-spirit ruler. But as the light moved 10 meters, a barely audible sigh came from the side. A black-red blade emerged from the void, transforming into a sweeping arc that slashed toward the man. A black blood blade. The man gasped, instinctively spitting out a yellow sword that formed a shield of sword shadows around him. Simultaneously, he produced a flawless white bottle, which he aimed at the incoming blade, releasing a burst of white mist. The mist was shredded by the black-red blade, which then condensed into a massive blade that slashed down at the man. Terrified, the man manipulated the yellow sword to block and released a silver spear from his sleeve. The giant blade shattered the sword's shadows and struck the yellow sword, leaving a crack. The man spat black blood, but his silver spear joined the defense just in time. Despite their efforts, the two treasures couldn't hold for long. The man prepared to flee. Seeing this, the black-robed woman flicked her finger at a seemingly empty spot above the palace. A groan was heard, and a white-robed scholar appeared, a bloody hole in his chest, yet seemingly unharmed. As the white-robed scholar was forced out, the distant black and red blade light was also greatly affected. With a flash, the black and red light dimmed considerably, allowing the giant sword and the silver flying fork of the big-headed monster to block the giant blade's slash. The monster swayed and took this opportunity to shoot off, finally escaping the range of the giant blade's slash. Seventh uncle, where do you think you're escaping to? The black blood blade is a treasured heirloom of the Yi family, and also the tool our clan uses to deal with traitors. Since you have conspired with this ancient demon ancestor and abandoned the Yi family, don't blame us, your juniors, for being merciless. This 8-spirit ruler is something the Yi family must have. If you intend to give it to that demon, you'll have to give up your life first, the white-robed scholar said sternly, ignoring the injury on his chest as he glared at the distant monster. Upon hearing this, the big-headed monster's face alternated between red and white, but he soon sneered, showing a completely unconcerned expression without any intention of explaining himself. Seeing the monster's indifferent expression, the scholar's face flashed with a murderous look, his eyebrows gradually standing upright, making him appear extremely fierce, completely different from the scholarly demeanor he had displayed earlier. The black-robed woman, having been surprised earlier when her attack did not kill the scholar, now frowned upon seeing the scholar's fierce aura. Without a word, she made a light grasping motion in the air. The action was light and casual, without any apparent force. But immediately, there was a sizzling sound as 5 half-foot-long crystalline blades shot out from her hand, disappearing in a flash and appearing before the scholar, moving with such speed it was as if they had teleported. The white-robed scholar's pupils contracted suddenly, but strangely, he made no move to dodge. He merely opened his mouth and spat out a red, disc-shaped magic treasure, which spun slightly and emitted countless red beams of light, engulfing him within. The 5 blades did not strike the magic treasure, as a large white hand appeared in front of the scholar, quickly grabbing the blades and crushing them into nothingness with a slight exertion of force. Seeing this, the black-robed woman's eyes flashed with a serious look. At this moment, a cold laugh echoed from the palace. Yuansha, you can use humans to fetch treasures for you, but I can also ally with human cultivators. Don't think it will be easy to break the restriction on the 8-spirit ruler. I want to see how much of your demonic power remains after being suppressed for so many years when faced with a Buddhist treasure. Even if you manage to break the restriction, how much of your power will be left to face me? The voice belonged to Long Meng. The black-robed woman's face changed slightly. Her eyes turned cold, but she replied indifferently. No matter how much demonic power I have left, dealing with a bodiless remnant soul like you is well within my capability. Besides, with so many elixirs here, why should I worry about using up some demonic power? Elixirs, old demon, you want to? Long Meng's voice paused, as if realizing something, then changed immediately. But before she could finish, the black-robed woman smiled sinisterly and flicked her black wind flag. A green spell shot out, hitting the treasure and merging into it. The originally motionless black flag shook, the tip dipped, and a black beam of light shot out. The beam disappeared upon leaving the flag, reappearing in front of a square-faced cultivator in the distance, then exploded. As black sparks scattered, a black wind pillar rose, instantly enveloping the unsuspecting square-faced cultivator. Amid the fierce howling, countless strange black wind blades emerged, spinning violently like thousands of sharp blades slashing toward the center. The square-faced cultivator, in shock, hurriedly poured his spiritual power into the bone ring on his body. The bone ring's illusion multiplied, forming a glaring yellow light shield that tightly protected him. But the black wind blades were too numerous and dense, seemingly containing some special power. Each blade struck the shield and vanished without a trace, leaving no sign of explosion. Yet the shield's surface began to show palm-sized holes, as if they had vanished into thin air. Under such bizarre attacks, the yellow light shield, though thick and sturdy, was quickly shattered. The square-faced cultivator, in disbelief, saw the black wind intensify, the shield collapse, and even the bone ring break apart. Pale-faced, the square-faced cultivator gritted his teeth and spat out a green flying sword, merging his body and sword into a green rainbow that shot away, abandoning the obviously doomed heavenly bracelet. He clearly knew staying would be a dead end, and his only chance was to risk everything. No, the white-robed scholar, seeing this, changed his expression and shouted urgently. But it was too late. The green rainbow, upon entering the black whirlwind, flickered with green light. Then a miserable scream was heard as the green rainbow exploded. The square-faced cultivator was immediately torn apart by the wind blades. But amidst the shattered remains, 3 differently colored light clusters shot out, each containing a tiny infant-sized soul, fleeing in the same direction. Not only the square-faced cultivator's soul, but also the 2 other Yi family nascent souls he had captured were forced to escape again. But with wind blades everywhere, they had no way out. They were soon surrounded by countless wind blades. Just as they were about to be torn to pieces, the black light in the whirlwind flashed, and all wind blades disappeared. The 3 nascent souls were initially stunned, then overjoyed, and their protective lights flickered as they tried to flee again. Seeing this, the black-robed woman smirked, curled her 5 fingers slightly, and made a slow, grasping motion in the air. The nascent souls felt the surrounding air solidify, unable to move. Simultaneously, numerous black light spots appeared in the whirlwind, gathering on the nascent souls, forming 3 black spheres. The black-robed woman then chanted a strange, arcane spell, and with a flash of black light, the spheres vanished in the whirlwind. The next moment, the spheres reappeared in front of the black-robed woman, who had moved them with great skill. "What are you doing, demon? Stop!" The white-robed scholar, panicking, pointed at the floating black blood blade, which immediately glowed brightly, ready to fly over and rescue the souls. "It's too late," Long Meng said indifferently. With her words, the black-robed woman's beautiful eyes flashed with blood, and she spat out a blood mist, enveloping the 3 nascent souls. The nascent souls, with terrified expressions, shrank rapidly within the blood mist, turning into finger-sized figures, then were sucked into the black-robed woman's mouth and swallowed. This seemingly complicated action was completed in a single breath by the black-robed woman, as if she had done it countless times before. Even the usually composed scholar turned pale. At this moment, the black blood blade had just started to glow brightly, trembling slightly. After a moment, the Yi family's elder suppressed his anger and calmed the blade. "Senior Long Meng, what is the meaning of this? Why didn't you save my Yi family cultivators? With your power, you could have done it. Was the alliance you mentioned earlier just empty words?" The scholar said sternly. "HMPH, why should I save him? He was just a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator with a weak imitation treasure. My spiritual power is limited. Why waste it on someone useless? And don't mistake it, I'm not allied with the Yi family, just joining forces with you this once," Long Meng coldly replied from the palace. "Even so, aren't you afraid this demon will fully recover by devouring the nascent souls?" The scholar's face remained grim. "You know nothing. Devouring nascent souls can temporarily boost her power, but it also forces her to consume a lot of demonic energy to refine them. She's preparing to use my silver wolf demon body's abilities, hence the huge consumption. Isn't that right, Yuansha?" Long Meng said coldly, addressing the black-robed woman. "Indeed, I had no intention of hiding it. You know how formidable your own body is. I initially planned to conserve power and rely on the Black Wind flag to break the 8 spirit rulers' restriction. But now, I think that would take too long. To avoid any complications, I'll exhaust my demonic energy if needed and use this late-stage divine wolf body to kill you quickly," the black-robed woman said frankly. She then exhaled lightly, forming a silver light around her body, shining brightly like a silver sun. From the silver light came a heaven-shaking wolf howl, followed by an immense pressure filling the space. Under this pressure, the space emitted a low hum, the ground trembled and cracks appeared. The silver light expanded rapidly, then contracted, revealing a giant 2-headed silver wolf. One wolf head was black, the other silver. The silver eyes closed slightly, while the black eyes glared fiercely. Seeing the giant wolf's razor-sharp claws, building-sized heads, and incredible pressure, both the white-robed scholar and the big-headed monster inhaled sharply, staring at the huge creature without blinking. As the black-robed woman finally revealed her silver wolf demon form, Han Li, along with the young man surnamed Su, Gui Ling, and two others, slowly surrounded a figure emitting a faint red glow. The four of them stared at this person with a decidedly unfriendly demeanor. Meanwhile, the silver-winged yaksha and the lion-eagle beast watched from afar, clearly intending not to intervene. "What do you mean by this, friends? Why are you surrounding me? I have not wronged any of you." The figure in the red glow, an elder seemingly in his 50s with a kind and amiable appearance, exclaimed nervously. This man was none other than the notorious scattered true man. "Since you transmitted yourself here, why are you sneaking around and hiding? If you don't have ulterior motives, you must be up to something," the young man surnamed Su said expressionlessly. "You must be joking, friend. I came here suddenly, and seeing so many high-level individuals, naturally had to be cautious before knowing who is friend or foe," the scattered true man said bitterly. "Oh, really? Then why did you hide near me? Your concealment technique is quite impressive. If it weren't for the 5-colored spiritual light of the lynxy peacock sweeping that area, I wouldn't have known at all," Lin Yinping said, her eyebrows raised and her face looking displeased. "You misunderstand, fairy, that is." The scattered true man tried to explain with a smile, but Han Li interrupted coldly. "Before entering the demon suppression tower, it was you who used a treasure to ambush me, wasn't it? You fled quickly at that time, but I caught a glimpse of your back. And even though that blood blade is sealed, the fierce blood aura still faintly emanates from you. Along the way, I'm sure that blade has devoured many nascent soul cultivators. I haven't encountered any of the cultivators who entered with you. I wonder what their fate was, heh heh." Hearing this, the young man surnamed Su and Lin Yinping were taken aback. The smile on the scattered true man's face froze, but he quickly shook his head vigorously, denying it. "Han Taoist, you must be joking. What blood aura? I'm just a wandering cultivator. How could I possess such a heaven-defying treasure capable of killing peers? Without evidence, you cannot falsely accuse me." "Evidence? Ridiculous. If you aren't the one, then you should die." Han Li's face turned cold, and he shouted harshly. A tiny golden sword flew out from his mouth, transforming into a golden light that slashed fiercely at the scattered true man. The young man surnamed Su and Lin Yinping exchanged glances, but did not intervene. The scattered true man was shocked, pleading for mercy while quickly producing a blue flying sword from his sleeve to block Han Li's attack. The two flying swords intertwined and clashed in midair, sparks flying and spiritual light flashing. Han Li sneered, forming a hand seal. The azure bamboo cloud-splitting sword emitted a dazzling golden light, and with a mournful cry, the blue flying sword was cut in two, falling to the ground as useless scrap. The scattered true man was taken aback and quickly raised his hand, summoning a green copper shield, which was similarly sliced into pieces by the golden light, unable to withstand Han Li's sword. This scene made the young man surnamed Su's eye twitch, realizing the exceptional quality of Han Li's sword, crafted from the rare Jengjing material. The golden flying sword then aimed directly at the scattered true man's head. His expression changing multiple times, the scattered true man suddenly turned into a white shadow, shooting to the side. However, Gui Ling blocked his path with a flash of black and white light, forcing him to change direction. The young man surnamed Su moved calmly, blocking another escape route, making the scattered true man halt his movement. In that brief moment, the golden light descended upon him. With a hum, it transformed into numerous sword shadows. Seeing no way to evade, the scattered true man's face turned fierce. He shook his sleeve, and a streak of blood light slashed out. With a bang, the golden sword shadows dispersed, and the golden sword retreated a few feet. The blood light, however, split into over a dozen streaks, chasing after the golden sword. A series of clashes erupted as the blood light engulfed the golden sword, filling the space with a dense, nauseating blood aura that made everyone frown. These seasoned cultivators sensed the deadly power of the blood aura. Han Li watched the scene, expressionless, as if the attacked sword wasn't his own life-bound treasure. The young man surnamed Su glanced at Han Li, a hint of surprise in his eyes. The scattered true man seemed to notice something amiss, his expression darkening as he pointed at the sky. The blood light immediately returned to form a half-foot-long blood blade, surrounded by a faint blood mist. So it really is you. This blood blade was crafted as a replica of the demon dragon blade, wasn't it? Han Li remarked, staring at the blood blade. The mention of the demon dragon blade caused a stir among everyone, including the silver-winged yaksha, who eyed the blood blade intently. The scattered true man did not answer, instead focusing on the golden flying sword, his face showing surprise. Despite the fierce attacks, the sword remained undamaged, its golden light undiminished. The scattered true man, knowing the power of his blood blade, found this hard to believe. No need to waste your efforts. My flying sword is special. No matter how powerful your blood blade, it won't destroy it, Han Li said with a smirk, raising his hand to call the sword back. What? You don't want to kill me anymore? The scattered true man asked, his eyes flashing. Kill you? Why should I? Those people you killed have nothing to do with me. But if you're not who I think you are, killing you would be a waste. However, since you have such a powerful treasure, we can join forces, Han Li said with a sinister smile. Han Taoist means. The young man surnamed Su speculated, seemingly understanding Han Li's plan. To get out of here, we'll need brute force. Even though the Black Wind flag is a powerful spirit treasure, the Yuan Sha holy ancestor is distracted by enemies and can't fully utilize it. If we attack a specific point in the space together, we might be able to break it, Han Li explained. With experience breaking space in the Ling Miao garden, Han Li was somewhat confident. Although that time they found an unstable point, now they had multiple nascent soul cultivators, and with coordinated efforts, they could achieve the same. That makes sense. What do you think, silver-winged Taoist? The young man surnamed Su asked the silver-winged Yaksha. This person's blood blade seems powerful. If it helps us leave, it's worth a try. The silver-winged Yaksha agreed after observing the scattered true man, a strange look flashing in his eyes. Han Li nodded and addressed the scattered true man. You've heard our conditions. We mean you no harm. Helping us break this space will benefit you as well. You don't want to be devoured by that demon, do you? The scattered true man's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes flickered, considering Han Li's suggestion. Will you hold grudges against me once we leave here? The scattered true man finally asked. Do we look like the righteous sects with nothing better to do? As long as you don't attack us again, who cares about you? The young man surnamed Su scoffed. That's true. If those from the Tei sect were here, I'd be more cautious. But since you've said so, I won't refuse. The scattered true man agreed with a smile. His quick agreement surprised Han Li, but also made sense. The group then gathered to discuss how to coordinate their efforts. They agreed that their combined attack had to be as powerful as possible. Simply launching all attacks simultaneously wasn't enough, as their different techniques, treasures, and attributes might negate each other's effects. Han Taoist, I recall you have an invisible companion. Why not have him join us? His flying knives seem quite powerful, the young man surnamed Su suggested. The silver-winged Yaksha and others also looked at Han Li expectantly. Cursing the young man inwardly, Han Li maintained a calm facade and replied, Rest assured, my companion will assist us. But due to his cultivation technique, it's inconvenient for him to reveal himself. Hearing this, the young man surnamed Su looked displeased, but, recalling Han Li's mysterious powers, didn't press the issue. The scattered true man, smiling since agreeing to cooperate, had a fleeting cold gleam in his eyes, nodding the apparent discord. Suddenly, his expression changed briefly before he lowered his head as if pondering. In truth, he was secretly communicating with someone present. The white hair on Master Sisson's arm only appeared for a brief moment before retracting back into his skin, disappearing without a trace. He continued to discuss breaking the barrier with Han Li and the others as if nothing had happened. Han Li's expression remained calm, and his voice was steady. No one noticed a wisp of his divine sense sneaking into a spirit beast pouch, gently soothing the suddenly agitated morning soul beast. Meanwhile, various thoughts raced through his mind. Within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Han Li and the others had discussed their plan of action. They moved to selected spots and began setting up their respective formations to enhance their attack power. Han Li and the young man surnamed Su jointly set up an offensive formation called the Wind Flame Dragon Array. Although it couldn't compare to some sects' forbidden formations, It was the most powerful offensive formation they could set up on short notice. Once activated, it could match the full-strength attack of a late-nascent soul stage cultivator, making it quite useful. After a quarter of an hour, the formations were set up. Gui Ling and the silver-winged Yaksha entered their respective auxiliary formations. As for the wind-flame dragon array, it was naturally co-hosted by Han Li and the young man surnamed Su. Ironically, Han Li and the sacred palace of Sky Mist had been mortal enemies, yet now they were forced to cooperate. The young man surnamed Su stared at the nearby gray barrier, raised his hand, and shot out a ball of milky white light. The ball didn't explode but floated on the barrier, flashing like a conspicuous target. When the time comes, everyone should attack this point, the young man surnamed Su said unceremoniously. No one objected, silently agreeing. Seeing this, the young man surnamed Su turned to Han Li, who was within the array, and nodded. Han Li smiled slightly and began casting spells. His fingers flicked, shooting out streams of light that made the surrounding formation flags glow with various colors and hum loudly. The young man surnamed Su took a deep breath, pressed his fire-lit hand to the ground, and sent red light into buried formation plates. The ground trembled, and several red pillars of fire shot up, each as thick as a bowl, emitting intense heat that seemed to ignite the surrounding air. Everyone felt their mouths go dry. Han Li then produced a pale blue formation plate, activated it, and the formation responded with flashing lights. After a few rumbles, over 10 azure wind dragons materialized and pounced on the fire pillars, merging to form blazing wind-fire dragons. Attack, the young man surnamed Su shouted with joy. He spat out a green orb, and his lynxy peacock spirit beast shot out a stream of 5-colored light, enveloping the orb and slamming it towards the barrier with great force. The silver-winged Yaksha, Lin Yinping, and others activated their formations, using their spells and treasures to attack the barrier in a coordinated manner. Thunderous booms echoed as enormous explosions erupted on the barrier, shaking the entire space. Han Li, with a wave of his sleeve, sent dozens of golden flying swords into the sky, which multiplied into hundreds of dazzling sword lights, almost covering the entire sky. The sheer power made the others wary, deepening their respect for Han Li. Ignoring their reactions, Han Li focused on his technique. The sword lights condensed into a giant sword over 10 meters long, crackling with golden lightning. Yet Han Li didn't immediately unleash it. Instead, he threw his formation plate into the air, making a few quick gestures. The plate trembled, then exploded with a muffled bang, sending a large wave of blue light into the formation, which absorbed it, causing the formation flags to glow intensely. The wind-fire dragons roared, their bodies expanding several times before charging at the barrier. This time, the gray barrier shook violently and began to warp. As the last wind-fire dragon exploded against the barrier, a flash of blood-red light turned into a giant blood blade, slashing at the same spot. With a cracking sound, a meter-long crack appeared in the barrier, though it wasn't pierced through. Black light flashed on the crack, attempting to heal it. However, the young man surnamed Su, and the silver-winged Yaksha wouldn't waste such an opportunity. They bombarded the crack with their treasures, slowing the healing process. At this moment, Han Li made his move. The giant sword, now fully charged, turned into a golden lightning bolt, slashing the crack open. Golden arcs of lightning exploded within the crack, expanding it several times. The strike was more effective than all previous attacks combined. Everyone was stunned, including Han Li himself. What was going on? It seemed as though the barrier was particularly vulnerable to the exorcising divine thunder. Could it be that the black wind flag was a demonic treasure? If so, this result wasn't impossible. As Han Li pondered, the golden light faded, revealing a thin white barrier with a barely visible crack. Everyone was overjoyed, but didn't have time to act before a small black flying knife appeared and vanished into the crack. The barrier shattered with a soft sound, revealing a large hole and familiar scenery beyond. Seeing this, everyone was ecstatic. But before anyone could react, a figure flashed through the hole. It was Han Li's humanoid puppet. This made the hesitant ones panic, and they rushed towards the exit with various escape techniques. Han Li's back sprouted silver wings. He didn't immediately escape, but whispered a few words. Gui Ling, who had turned into black and white gas near the barrier, suddenly showed a hint of surprise and hesitated. In that moment, the young man surnamed Su, and the others managed to escape through the barrier. Outside the barrier, a flash of blinding blood light and countless black threads shot through the hole. The young man surnamed Su's thunderous roar and Lin Yinping's angry cry sounded simultaneously as explosions erupted, filling the area with thick blood mist and the sinister laughter of Master Sisson. "Go," Han Li shouted, activating his wings to transform into a silver arc and escape through the hole. Gui Ling, though puzzled, followed without hesitation. As Han Li emerged outside the barrier, blood mist surged towards him, but he was prepared. He flashed several times, reappearing 100 meters away. Looking back, his eye twitched. A massive blood sea spread outside the rapidly shrinking hole, thick and viscous, with an overpowering stench. Floating above the blood sea were the silver-winged Yaksha, the lion beast, and a tall, white-haired monster. The monster wore Master Sisson's clothes, but exuded a thick corpse aura. It turned, revealing a shrunken white bear face with glowing green eyes and fangs. The monster controlled a blood blade, pressing a figure into the blood sea, preventing escape. The figure, missing an arm and a leg, struggled to fend off the blood blade and surrounding blood mist with a green orb and a silver hook, his face twisted with hatred. He was the young man surnamed Su. Nearby, the lion beast's purple mist trapped the lynxy peacock, preventing it from doing more than barely defending itself. Lin Yinping was also in a dire situation, besieged by countless gray silks from the silver-winged yaksha. Her silver threads barely kept the gray silks at bay, but it was clear she wouldn't last long. "It's him," Gui Ling exclaimed, staring at the white-haired monster. "Do you know this corpse?" Hanli asked without turning his head. "You could say that," Gui Ling replied honestly after a moment's hesitation. "What do you mean?" Han Li's eyes flickered as he turned to look at Gui Ling. "Before it became a corpse, it was a spirit beast. It had some connections with us. Its master was a human cultivator from the spirit realm who came to the human realm. However, after we were sealed in Kunwu Mountain, we never saw it again and don't know how it turned into a corpse," Gui Ling explained. "So, its original form was also a spirit beast from the spirit realm." Han Li's expression changed. "That's right. Back then, cultivators who descended from the spirit realm couldn't have very high cultivation levels, and the spirit beasts they brought along were also limited. We had our memories erased before we were allowed to come down," Gui Ling sighed. "Erased memories? You don't remember anything." Hanli felt a chill in his heart and then some disappointment. He had hoped to learn something about the spirit realm from Gui Ling. "Apart from knowing that I came from the spirit realm, I have no memories of it," Gui Ling said with a touch of melancholy. Hanli fell silent, but his thoughts turned to Silvermoon. Silvermoon's identity was not simple. She should have some memories of the spirit realm. Hanli decided to set these thoughts aside for now as it wasn't the right time to consider them. He glanced around the area. After exiting the barrier, the space around them had become strange. It was empty, with no one in sight. The 8-spirit ruler that had been floating above the palace was gone, and even the black wind flag that had been restricting them had disappeared. No wonder they had broken free so easily. The ground was covered with large pits and grooves that looked like they had been clawed by some giant beast. Half of the palace had been reduced to ruins, as if it had undergone a fierce battle. Han Li had already scanned the palace remains with his divine sense, but the isolation restrictions inside were still intact, preventing him from discovering anything. This gave him some relief, as the pressure from the sacred ancestor Primordius was immense. Facing this demon head-on would be impossible for him. The only teleportation array was now isolated within the space restricted by the black wind flag. To leave this place, they would have to find another way. With a flicker in his eyes, Han Li began to contemplate his escape plan. "Fellow Taoist Han, if you help me and brother Su, I, as the Holy Maiden, can take full responsibility and resolve the grievances between you and the Tianlin Holy Palace." Lin Yinping suddenly called out anxiously to Han Li. "I've been hunted by you people for so long. What grievances are left to resolve?" "I'm not interested in helping," Han Li replied indifferently. "Han, don't forget, we came to the Great Jin because of you. If Su and I perish here, do you think the other 3 immortal masters will let it go easily?" Han Li chuckled at this, glancing at the blood sea. Lin Yinping was urging the silver light from her silk handkerchief, pushing back the blood soul threads slightly. but her face was pale, indicating she was using a secret technique to boost her treasure's power. Sue, having been ambushed and trapped in the blood sea, was struggling to control his two powerful treasures, which were about to fail. The best off was the lynxy peacock, surrounded by five-colored light, unable to escape the purple mist, but also unharmed by the lion beast. The peacock's golden wave attacks were neutralized by the five-colored light. Even if you make grand promises now, I won't help. Honestly, if you weren't in such dire straits, I'd consider taking advantage of the situation. As for those three immortal masters, if they come for me, I wouldn't mind testing my skills against them, Han Li said calmly. This wasn't an empty threat. After slaying the ancient demon, Han Li had a good grasp of his strength. With his humanoid puppet and Gui Ling's assistance, he could handle 3 or 4 late nascent soul stage cultivators simultaneously. Moreover, the 3 immortal masters of Tianlin couldn't all leave their territory. If the Mulan people learned that the Tianlin plains were unprotected, they might seize the chance to annihilate the Chu people. Understanding this clearly, Han Li had no regard for the Holy Maiden's threats. The white-haired corpse felt relieved hearing this and laughed. Fellow Taoist Han is indeed sensible. I haven't attacked you. Why would you fall for their tricks? You too should just surrender. Han Li's face was expressionless, but he sneered inwardly. In the barrier, the 4 scatter true man had revealed a hint of his corpse identity, which Han Li's mourning soul beast noticed immediately. Upon discovering this demon's secret communication with the silver-winged Yaksha, Han Li had covertly eavesdropped on part of it with his powerful divine sense. He didn't hear everything, but he learned that the white-haired corpse intended to team up with the silver-winged Yaksha to ambush the human cultivators upon breaking the barrier. Han Li had intentionally delayed a step, leading to Su and Lin Yinping's plight. Therefore, Han Li had no good feelings towards the corpse. He had never met this white-haired corpse, but with its late nascent soul stage cultivation and appearance, it was undoubtedly the 10,000-year corpse bear from the myriad demon valley. This demon, known for countless millennia, was a significant figure among the great Jin's demon clans. For the myriad demon valley, a major force rivaling the Tei sect and the heavenly demon sect, having this demon disguised as a human cultivator was intriguing. The demon's concealment technique was extraordinary, as even Han Li couldn't detect its corpse identity. However, it seemed limited in power, or it wouldn't have let the black-robed elder of the Yin Luo sect's nascent soul escape during the ambush. Han Li gazed at the 10,000-year corpse bear in the blood sea, calculating coldly. He had no intention of saving his former foes, but wouldn't allow the blood blade to consume a late nascent soul stage cultivator, enhancing its power and turning it against them. He planned to seize the blood blade when Su perished. Expecting a delay in the blood blade's transformation, he saw this as the best time to take it. He whispered a few words to Gui Ling. Gui Ling's eyes moved but remained expressionless. Brother Han, if you help, I will give you the secret to fully maturing the gold-devouring beetles. This condition should move you, Sue suddenly shouted, taking a deep breath. Gold-devouring beetles. Han Li was stunned, showing a strange expression. No, the method for maturing the gold-devouring beetles is our holy palace's secret. We can't divulge it to outsiders. Lin Yinping protested in shock. If we die, what's the point of keeping the secret? Do you want to be consumed by the blood blade with no chance for reincarnation? If we fall, the Mulan people will attack the grasslands. Compared to the clan's fate, this secret is insignificant, Sue interrupted, his face pale. Lin Yinping turned ashen but remained silent. The 10,000-year corpse bear sensed danger and immediately poured its power into the blood blade. The blade turned into a giant ghost face, laughing sinisterly as it rushed at Sue. Blood waves surged around Sue, forming a whirlpool that trapped him. Sue, horrified, could only push his treasures to counter the ghost face. But the ghost face sprayed a net of blood silk, capturing and swallowing his treasures. Sue was terrified. The ghost face, with a sinister laugh, lunged at Sue. Sue gritted his teeth, and his nascent soul prepared to escape his body. At that moment, a golden arc suddenly shot out like a heavenly strike and struck the ghostly face. With a loud boom, the golden light exploded. The ghostly face let out a wretched scream, scattering into pieces, but the remaining part became even more ferocious. Taking advantage of the young man surnamed Sue's moment of joy, it suddenly pounced down and bit his neck. Layers of blood light wrapped around him, quickly engulfing the young man. Feeling his body rapidly being corroded by the blood light, the young man was shocked and hurriedly chanted a strange incantation. Immediately, his remaining body suddenly lit up with a layer of yellow light, swelling and contracting before exploding. In an instant, the blood light was pierced by countless rays of light, becoming fragmented. Then, a tiny nascent soul flashed and teleported out, appearing in the sky a dozen feet away. Protective spiritual light flashed again, transforming into a yellow rainbow trying to escape. Trying to run. A cold snort came from the corpse bear, who then fiercely clawed at the void. A ball of black gas appeared above the nascent soul, transforming into a large hand that grabbed at it. Before it even fell, the power contained in the hand enveloped an area of over 10 feet in radius. Seeing this, the young man inwardly cried out in despair. Had he not been ambushed, he could have continuously teleported, relying on the nascent soul's abilities to break through such a restrictive technique. After all, the nascent soul of a late-stage cultivator is far more powerful than those of early or mid-stage cultivators. Even without a body, he could still fight. However, his nascent soul had already overdrawn its spiritual power in the blood sea, leaving him unable to break through this technique. Meanwhile, Han Li, standing dozens of feet away with his hands behind his back, had a calm expression, seemingly unwilling to make another move after releasing a single golden arc. With no other options, the young man was forced to fight for his life. He desperately gathered his remaining magic power, and the nascent soul spat out a golden token, preparing to make a last-ditch effort with his life-bound magical treasure. But at that moment, a flash of silver light appeared above the black hand, and a figure mysteriously materialized. The figure raised a hand, emitting a dragon-like roar as green and gold lights shot out at lightning speed, piercing the black hand. With a boom, the golden arc flashed wildly, and the hand was instantly perforated, dissipating into black gas under countless thin electric arcs. The silver figure blurred, crossing over a dozen feet to the vicinity of the nascent soul. Just having escaped death, the nascent soul was both surprised and delighted, immediately turning into a streak of light and fleeing. Although the silver figure seemed to have saved him, he dared not let his nascent soul fall into another's hands. Fortunately, the silver figure ignored him, coldly facing the corpse bear and others in the distance. At this moment, the spiritual peacock seemed to have received some command from the young man, suddenly shaking its body and shooting out several dazzling tail feathers, which exploded. The five-colored light intensified, startling the lion-bird beast into retreat. The purple mist dissolved under the five-colored light, creating a large gap. Seizing the opportunity, the spiritual bird flapped its wings rapidly, its body twisting like smoke, mysteriously appearing outside the purple mist. Without looking back, it flew straight towards the nascent soul, reaching it in an instant. The young man was overjoyed, guiding the nascent soul towards the bird, and the two quickly merged. An incredible scene unfolded. The spiritual bird opened its mouth, and the young man's nascent soul disappeared inside. A clear cry followed, and the remaining tail feathers of the spiritual peacock fanned out, displaying an eye-catching array of five-colored light, enveloping the bird entirely. Simultaneously, in the sky above the battle between the silver-winged Yaksha and Lin Yinping, black and white gas emerged, revealing Gui Ling's form. Seeing the ugly woman, the silver-winged Yaksha's expression changed. Gui Ling, without any action, murmured a few words. The silver-winged Yaksha's face changed slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, sighed. With a wave of its hands, the dense ghostly threads trapping the Tianlin saintess retracted, releasing Lin Yinping. Delighted, Lin Yinping was about to fly away when Gui Ling, with a cold smile, flashed beside her, slashing down with a silver giant axe. Startled, Lin Yinping pointed at her protective silk scarf to block the attack. But with a flash, a single-horned giant tiger appeared on the axe, pouncing down. With a sizzle, the silk scarf was cut in two. The tiger's shadow turned into yellow gas, enveloping Lin Yinping. She felt a foul stench and, realizing the danger, lost consciousness, collapsing. Gui Ling unceremoniously bound her with yellow gas and, wrapped in black and white light, disappeared, reappearing beside Han Li. During this time, the corpse bear made no move to stop her, merely watching coldly. The silver figure's puppet returned to Han Li's side once Gui Ling retreated. Han Li, without glancing at the unconscious Lin Yinping, looked at another direction with surprise. There, the five-colored light shone brightly, having grown twice as large as before. "Friend Han, what do you mean by this?" A thunderous voice came from the light, sounding like the young man's but rougher and wilder. "Nothing. Didn't I help you rescue friend Lin?" Han Li replied indifferently. "So it seems I've misunderstood." The voice softened, and the light receded, revealing the spiritual peacock, now noticeably larger, with a white ghostly face resembling the young man on its head. The ghostly face watched the unconscious Lin, yimping with concern. "Don't worry, I won't harm friend Lin, but I have a few questions for you. I hope you won't disappoint me," Han Li said calmly. "You intend to threaten me?" The ghostly face darkened with anger. "Threatening isn't the word. Have you forgotten your promise to me? Friend Lin is here to ensure you don't do anything unbecoming. Do you really want to break your promise?" Han Li's cold smile and sinister expression deepened. "If you want answers, deal with these monsters first," the young man, calming down, suggested. "Deal with them." "Sure," Han Li agreed nonchalantly, surprising the young man. Han Li smiled slightly, instructing Gui Ling before flying towards the Blood Sea with his puppet. Near the Blood Sea, Han Li glanced at the corpse bear and said indifferently, "As the vice lord of the myriad demons valley, you must have other important matters here. I'll be taking these two people with me. Any objections?" His tone was strong despite the polite words, angering the silver-winged yaksha and the lion-bird beast. "Your name is Han Li, from the South Heaven, correct?" the corpse bear asked unexpectedly. Han Li was initially stunned, then lazily replied, "Yes, planning to seek revenge in the South Heaven." "Revenge doesn't interest me. I'll overlook your rescue this time, but only this once. Next time you interfere with our affairs, even with your companions, you won't survive." The corpse bear's green eyes flashed, returning to normal. Han Li's mouth twitched, but he smiled without speaking. The corpse bear motioned to the silver-winged yaksha and the lion-bird beast, then flew towards the palace without another word. In a flash, the three demons entered the palace, apparently with other objectives in mind. It was unclear how the corpse bear had convinced the other two to follow its lead. The palace seemed to hold more secrets. Han Li squinted, his eyes gleaming coldly. "Now, friend Su, you can answer my questions," Han Li said, turning to the spiritual peacock behind him. "What does Brother Han want to ask?" The face on the spirit peacock looked at the humanoid puppet and Lin Yinping, who was held by Gui Ling, hesitated for a moment, then forced a bitter smile and spoke. "From what you said earlier, it seems that the gold-devouring beetle does not naturally evolve into its mature form by itself. This is quite strange. As far as I know, this peculiar insect was infamous in ancient times, yet there was no record of a master appearing in the cultivation world with a mature one. Due to its all-devouring nature and near-indestructibility, it was feared for a long time back then. The gold-devouring beetles of your Tianlin sanctuary must have been driven by eggs left from ancient times, giving you the chance to use these spiritual insects. Han Li, with a few flashes, returned to Gui Ling's side, looking at the phantom face without showing any emotion. Meanwhile, the humanoid puppet shimmered with silver light, its figure blurred, and it disappeared on the spot. By ordinary methods, it would take tens of thousands of years for the gold-devouring beetle to evolve into its mature form naturally. But how long do we cultivators live? Even if it were passed down through generations, few families or sects could persist for such a duration. Especially when the gold-devouring beetle is almost at its final stage of evolution, the lengthy evolution process makes one lose the courage to nurture it. You, being a driver of this insect, should be well aware of the vast difference between the mature and immature forms. Saying it's a world of difference is no exaggeration, the young man surnamed Su said in a deep voice. You're somewhat right. My gold-devouring beetles have evolved to this extent, yet they haven't grown at all in recent years. For you to cultivate mature gold-devouring beetles in Tianlin grasslands, there must be a specific technique. How much can your method shorten the evolution time? Han Li exhaled lightly and asked indifferently. It can reduce the time to 1/3. Moreover, if one doesn't mind using some rare materials and focuses on cultivating only a few, the time can be further shortened, the young man replied without hesitation. 1/3, that's worth my intervention. But how do you plan to tell me the secret? And aren't you afraid that once I have it, you won't be able to contend with me? Han Li suddenly chuckled. You're joking, Taoist. I've heard about Brother Han's gold-devouring beetle swarm. Although the swarm has evolved to the final step, it clearly hasn't started the mature evolution yet. Even with our nurturing secret, without thousands of years of diligent cultivation, it cannot succeed. And what happens in thousands of years is beyond our concern, the young man replied candidly. You speak frankly. Indeed, what happens in thousands of years, whether these gold-devouring beetles remain in the hands of my descendants, is uncertain. Perhaps by then, your sanctuary will have found a countermeasure. Han Li smiled faintly, with a hint of mockery. If you think so, that's fine. So do you not want the secret technique? If there are other terms, I can. Why wouldn't I? Even if I can't cultivate a mature form in my lifetime, it still has reference value. I have always been interested in nurturing spiritual insects. Han Li licked his lips, crossed his arms, and said, All right, please wait a moment. I'll copy the secret onto a jade slip. Given your experience in cultivating this insect, you should be able to tell its authenticity at a glance. The young man's phantom face showed a hint of surprise, but showed no signs of reneging. With a flash of white light, the face disappeared into the spirit peacock's body. Han Li smiled slightly and took this opportunity to glance towards the distant palace. After the three demons entered, it remained eerily silent, as if empty. Seeing this strange scene, Han Li frowned and suddenly transmitted a few words to Gui Ling. The ugly woman was initially startled, but immediately transmitted back. Han Li nodded, his face darkening. Here you go, Brother Han. The spirit bird suddenly opened its mouth, shooting out a white beam. Han Li's eyes lit up, and with a flick of his sleeve, a green glow shot out, capturing the item. The white light dissipated, revealing a palm-sized white jade slip. Without hesitation, Han Li picked it up and gently placed it against his forehead, immersing his consciousness in it. His face remained calm at first, but gradually showed surprise, then understanding. It seemed he could immediately comprehend the technique within the jade slip. After a full incense stick's time, Han Li finally withdrew his consciousness from the jade slip, exhaled lightly, and looked at the opposite side, saying abruptly, "Friend Su, who among your Chelan tribe created this method of nurturing the gold-devouring beetle? I must say I admire it. To think of forcibly infusing the 5 elements' spiritual energy into the insect to accelerate its maturation through infusion and heavenly power. This method is not something an ordinary person could conceive. Even if someone could think of it, it must have taken countless attempts and numerous failures." After the sanctuary obtained the gold-devouring beetle eggs, elders proficient in insect control techniques dedicated themselves to studying the method for accelerating the insect's maturation. It took over 1,000 years to finally develop this feasible method. Unfortunately, we still cannot solve the problem of the scarce eggs, and the auxiliary materials required are extremely rare, making large-scale maturation impractical. The young man replied helplessly. Han Li nodded, not surprised. If not for his mysterious small bottle and the miraculous effect of discovering the rainbow garb grass, he wouldn't have been able to repeatedly accelerate and evolve so many gold-devouring beetles. "All right, I have rescued you too, and you have given me the technique. Our previous transaction is complete. Now, Brother Su, do you plan to undergo the soul dissolution yourself, allowing me to let your soul reincarnate, or should I personally reduce your spirit bird and nascent soul to ashes?" Han Li's expression suddenly darkened, and he stared at the spirit peacock opposite, exuding a murderous aura. No sooner had he finished speaking than a thunderous sound erupted behind him. Silver wings flashed, and with a simultaneous clench of his fists, a golden lightning garment covered his body, with arcs flashing wildly, creating an imposing spectacle. Almost simultaneously, silver light flickered behind the spirit peacock, and the humanoid puppet appeared silently, holding a small bow glowing with red light, aimed directly at the spirit bird. The spirit peacock trembled in fear, spreading its wings instantly, enveloping itself in a 5-colored spiritual light. It opened its mouth, and a yellow light shot out, ejecting the young man's nascent soul, which landed on the spirit bird's head and looked at Han Li, emitting a few bitter laughs. "Please stay your hand, Taoist. We do not have to be mortal enemies. We can come to an agreement. Even if you're not afraid of being hunted by the 3 grand immortals, wouldn't you consider your sect and descendants?" The young man's nascent soul hurriedly spoke. "Are you trying to force me to kill all your grand immortals in my lifetime?" Han Li's expression shifted, then he spoke coldly. "Why must Brother Han be so severe? Earlier, The saintess and I hunted you because the cultivation world respects the strong. As a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, you killed and wounded so many high-ranking immortals on our grasslands. Naturally, the sanctuary had to capture you. Later, you took the sacred beast's avatar, which was a grave offense. We had no choice but to pursue you to the great Jinn. But things are different now. You can control 2 late-stage cultivators and have abilities comparable to a grand immortal. You are now on equal footing with our Tianlin sanctuary. We do not wish for mutual destruction. Besides, Kunwu Mountain is perilous. It would be better for us to join forces. The young man continued, seeing Han Li did not immediately interrupt, seizing the opportunity to speak. "Are you done?" Han Li asked without any expression after listening quietly. "Does Taoist find my words unconvincing?" The young man asked cautiously, his heart sinking. "Ceasing hostilities is not impossible. But how can I trust that you truly wish to reconcile? Mere words or verbal oaths won't suffice," Han Li sneered, with a hint of derision. "Of course not. With the saintess here, we can use a secret technique to summon the true spirit of the Tianlin sacred beast and plant the sacred beast's seal on you. We invite you to become a guest elder of our sanctuary. In return, you would return the sacred beast's avatar, allowing us to account for ourselves upon our return. The sanctuary would then have no reason to harm one of its own," the young man hurriedly explained. "The sacred beast's seal, I've heard of it during my travels through the grasslands. It's said that those marked with this seal are the sanctuary's core members, forbidden from mutual slaughter. Otherwise, the seal activates afterward, inflicting a bizarre curse that causes unbearable pain in the divine sense, making life worse than death," Han Li said, somewhat surprised after pondering for a moment. "As long as Taoist knows this, we do not seek a life-and-death struggle with you, primarily due to the sacred beast's avatar. As for the dead immortals, compared to your current strength, they are insignificant. Besides, you now have the qualifications to stand on equal footing with our sanctuary," the young man's nuzz. Scent Soul continued to persuade, seeing Han Li seemed inclined. Han Li frowned, his expression fluctuating. At this moment, the young man's nascent soul wisely fell silent, awaiting Han Li's decision. However, his expression revealed a trace of unease. He was acutely aware that if Han Li decided to kill them, there was no chance of escape for a mere nascent soul against the combined forces of those present. His life and death rested entirely on Han Li's whim. Thus, even as a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, his heart was pounding with anxiety, as if treading on thin ice. "Although I do not fear your Tianlin temple, I certainly do not wish to make such a formidable enemy. However, planting the sacred beast seal and joining your temple are out of the question. How do I know that there is no trickery involved in this so-called sacred beast seal? If your Tianlin temple ceases to trouble me, then it is settled. But if you persist in being unreasonable, do not blame me for being ruthless." Han Li stared at the nascent soul of the young man surnamed Su and said calmly, "Naturally, with your current capabilities, our Tianlin temple would not dare to break its word. Could you first release our temple's saintess? The young man surnamed Su was overjoyed upon hearing this and hurriedly said, "Don't be hasty. I haven't finished statting my terms yet." Han Li snorted, speaking without good humor. "What other conditions do you have, Brother Han? Please speak freely." The young man surnamed Su was taken aback but immediately grew cautious. "I will return the sacred beast's clone to you, but this is not something that can be done immediately. It will take some years. Rest assured, I can promise you that I will not harm the beast's life," Han Li said with a faintly eerie smile. Not able to return the sacred beast's clone immediately. This will be difficult to manage. The young man surnamed Su hesitated upon hearing this. "This is just the first condition. Secondly, to ensure that you do not go back on your word, I need to place some restrictions on you and this saintess's nascent souls. Don't worry, it won't be the kind of restriction that seals one's divine sense. At our level of cultivation, such restrictions are meaningless. I have recently obtained an ancient secret technique to forge the commanding thunder of divine intent. You only need to have your nascent soul swallow a pellet containing my divine intent." "That's all," Han Li said indifferently, ignoring the young man's expression. "The commanding thunder of divine intent? Absolutely not." The young man surnamed Su was startled and shouted without thinking. "If you refuse, I will erase both of you from existence and then make a trip to Tianlin Prairie. I will take the opportunity to eliminate your 3 great immortal masters one by one. Then, I will return to Tianlin and inform the Mulan people. I believe they will be very pleased to regain control of the prairie. At that time, it won't just be the Tianlin Temple. Even the existence of the Tuwu tribe will be uncertain," Han Li said leisurely. "Would you dare to do that?" The nascent soul of the young man surnamed Su felt a chill run down his spine, shouting in anger and fear. "Why wouldn't I dare? Your earlier suggestion of joining the temple and planting the sacred beast seal was just a ploy to bind my hands and feet. There are more than a few ways to circumvent such a mark and deal with me. Besides, I have never been one to be controlled by others. Everything I have must be under my own control. If you refuse the commanding thunder of divine intent, I won't let this opportunity pass. I will give you one last chance. If you haven't agreed by the time I count to 5, I will take it as a refusal and act accordingly. 1. Han Li did not hesitate further, raising one hand and curling his thumb, speaking coldly. "How can I be sure that you won't use this thunder to deal with us after planting it?" The young man surnamed Su was panicked, but still reluctant to give up. "Do I need to go to such lengths to kill you now?" Han Li sneered, uttering the word "two" and curling another finger. But the nascent soul stood on the peacock's head, muttering incessantly, eyes darting around as if searching for a chance to escape. But unbeknownst to him, Gu Ling had already moved to the other side of the lynxy peacock, glaring at the nascent soul. The young man surnamed, Su felt his heart sink. Locked on by 3 people simultaneously, escaping with his nascent soul seemed like a pipe dream. 4. In an instant, Han Li had curled his 4th finger, leaving only the little finger extended. At that moment, Gu Ling and the humanoid puppet no longer concealed their overpowering presence, unleashing tremendous spiritual pressure on the lynxy peacock. With a wave of her hand, Gu Ling summoned the silver axe, while the humanoid puppet's thunderfire bow glowed red, the golden thunder bamboo arrow flickering green, aimed directly at the distant lynxy peacock. Han Li, expressionless, flipped his other hand, summoning the three-flame fan. With a light shake, runes surged on the fan, radiating three-colored light and emitting a clear phoenix cry. The nascent soul, shrouded in five-colored light, turned pale but kept his mouth tightly shut. Han Li's eyes gleamed coldly, his lips moved, and he was about to utter five. "Fine, I'll let you place the restriction on my nascent soul." The young man surnamed Su, seeing the determination in Han Li's gaze, gritted his teeth and said. Han Li nodded slightly, his eyes flashing. He made a gesture with one hand, chanting an ancient incantation. After a while, his face turned pale, and he forced out a bean-sized white light ball from between his brows, seemingly encasing something, which floated towards the nascent soul of the young man surnamed Su. The other hand still held the three-flame fan, buzzing with power, clearly prepared for any treachery. Gu Ling and the humanoid puppet, sensing no relaxation, even increased their focus, their auras locked onto the nascent soul. The young man surnamed Su sighed, warily examining the white light ball. It was hazy outside, but contained flashes of five-colored light within, resembling the ancient commanding thunder of divine intent. In a blink, the thunder reached him but was blocked by the five-colored light shield. After a moment's hesitation, meeting Han Li's icy gaze, he reluctantly allowed the light ball inside. With a flash, the light ball vanished into the nascent soul. The young man surnamed Su immediately inspected his nascent soul with his divine sense. Finding nothing unusual, it seemed the commanding thunder had indeed vanished. Rather than feeling relieved, the young man grew even more apprehensive. This commanding thunder, said to be formed from divine sense, could indeed become formless. With this realization, he wondered how he could ever remove it. Just then, Han Li spoke calmly. "Do not entertain thoughts of forcibly removing this restriction. This ancient technique cannot be dispelled by sheer power. As long as you behave, I won't activate it. But if it triggers, don't blame me for not warning you." The nascent soul's face turned ashen upon hearing this. Han Li glanced at the unconscious Tianlin saintess, hesitated, then shook his head and placed another commanding thunder into her nascent soul. The poor saintess, still unconscious, was also bound by Han Li's restriction. "Do you plan to use this restriction to control us indefinitely?" The young man surnamed Su, after another futile inspection of his nascent soul, asked resentfully. "Control you? Perhaps. But rest assured, as long as you follow my orders in Kunwu Mountain, helping me, we will part ways once we leave the mountain. You will return to being the elders and saintess of Tianlin Temple, and I will continue my secluded cultivation in Tianlin. As for the commanding thunder, it will become ineffective after 300 to 400 years, Han Li replied indifferently. 300 to 400 years. The young man was speechless. Enough. We've delayed long enough here. It's time to move. Han Li glanced at the still unconscious Lin Yinping, waving his sleeve to envelop her in cyan mist. Under the cyan mist, she blinked awake, her beautiful eyes opening to see Han Li beside her. Startled, she instantly moved several yards away, spitting out a silver sword in alarm. Lin Daoyu, wait. The nascent soul of the young man hurriedly shouted, quickly transmitting his voice. Han Li did not interfere, standing with hands behind his back, expressionless. Gu Ling returned to his side, and the humanoid puppet vanished again at his mental command. In moments, the Tianlin saintess, realizing she had been bound by the commanding thunder, paled with undisguised fear in her eyes. Seeing this, Han Li's eyes flickered about to speak, when a loud explosion shook the space. Startled, Han Li saw a massive sword energy pierce the barrier, creating a huge hole. 2 rays of light shot out, circling before landing nearby, revealing 2 figures. Kimi Yadao brother. Lin Yinping exclaimed in surprise and joy upon seeing the black-robed scholar. Oh, it's you. How did Lin Xianzi end up here? The hawk-nosed scholar, appearing sinister, asked in surprise upon seeing her. This was the elder Kimie Zhenren of the Tianmo sect. Due to some business dealings between the Tianmo sect and Tianlin Temple, he and the Tianlin saintess Lin Yinping had some acquaintance. The Miao Yin treasure mirror, which could see through transformations, was lent to her by him. Next to him stood the white-haired, red-faced old Taoist with an immortal demeanor, none other than Xuanqingzi of the Taiyi sect. Seeing Lin Yinping, he greeted her with a smile, but soon looked at Han Li and his group with growing astonishment. Lin X. Ianzi, who are these 2, and where is Elder Su's spirit beast? Why isn't Elder Su here? The old Taoist's smile faded, asking with some suspicion. Upon hearing Xuanqingzi's words, Lin Yinping glanced at the lynxy peacock, then looked at Han Li twice, showing a trace of hesitation on her face. But at that moment, the white light on the lynxy peacock's head flashed, and the young man's face appeared again. He first smiled bitterly under the astonished gaze of the scholar and the old man, then said, "No need to look for me, fellow Taoists. My body is already destroyed, and now I only have my nascent soul residing in this spirit bird. How is that possible? Brother Su is a late-stage cultivator. How could his body be destroyed so easily? Has the ancient demon patriarch suppressed here already broken free?" Xuanqingzi exclaimed in shock, his face pale. "Judging by your words, you seem to have known about the demon here in the suppressing demon tower." The young man's face darkened. "Fellow Taoist Su, don't misunderstand. Initially, I didn't know either. It was only after receiving news from my sect that I learned a bit about the situation here. The matter of the ancient demon patriarch is significant, so I hope fellow Taoist can elaborate. Xuan Kingzi laughed and said vaguely. Naturally, the young man didn't believe him, but since he was now a nascent soul, he didn't press further. He sighed and replied, Indeed, the ancient demon patriarch has broken free, but my body wasn't destroyed by the demon. I was ambushed by the 10,000-year corpse bear from the Myriad Demon Valley. Myriad Demon Valley? Impossible. I was guarding outside. How could the bear sneak in? Could it have entered the mountain before us? Xuan Kingzi was stunned but quickly guessed the possibility. That's right. The corpse bear not only entered earlier, but also used some secret technique to transform into a humanoid form, completely concealing its corpse aura. Otherwise, how could I have been ambushed by it? The young man felt immense pain recalling how his body was devoured by blood blades. If the corpse bear ambushed you, it's quite plausible. The Myriad Demon Valley's master possesses a transformation pearl, an exotic treasure that allows one to change appearance and conceal demonic or corpse aura after ingestion. Ordinary cultivators can't detect it. Even my mystic sound mirror can't break its spell. The middle-aged scholar said with a frown. Now that you mention it, I remember. The Myriad Demon Valley indeed has such a treasure, but I've heard that it greatly limits one's mana. Otherwise, the spell wouldn't work. Brother Sue, did the bear reveal its true form after ambushing you? Xuan Kingzi suddenly realized. As you both mentioned, the corpse bear indeed showed its true form after ambushing me, the young man said with a resentful face. It's fortunate that you managed to escape with your nascent soul. Without a body, you need to find a suitable one soon. Given time, your cultivation can be restored. The middle-aged scholar glanced at the lynxy peacock, smiled, and said, Fellow Taoist Kaimai is indeed perceptive. Although I can temporarily reside in this spirit bird, it's not a long-term solution. I must find a suitable body soon, the young man sighed. The scholar didn't say more and turned his gaze to the ugly woman, showing a serious expression. This fellow Taoist seems unfamiliar. May I know your name? Kaimai Zhenren asked slowly, examining the ugly woman closely. The old man did the same, their eyes flickering. After all, Gui Ling's level 10 demon beast cultivation couldn't be hidden from these high-level cultivators. The ugly woman remained expressionless, but Han Li suddenly smiled and spoke. This is fellow Taoist Gui Ling. Like me, she was mistakenly transported here after triggering a restriction. Triggered a restriction and got transported here. That's quite rare. Fellow Taoist Han, which sect are you from? I don't seem to recall seeing you before. Xuan Kingzi, surprised by the ugly woman's deference to Han Li, asked with a friendly smile. I'm just a rogue cultivator. It's not surprising you haven't heard of me. But since you're with Tianmo Sect's Kaimai Zhenren, you must be notable yourself. May I ask how you entered the 8th level? As far as I know, the teleportation array is unusable. Han Li responded cautiously, deducing Xuan Kingzi's likely affiliation with one of the top 10 sects from their conversation. I'm sorry for not introducing myself sooner. I'm Xuan Kingzi from Teiyi sect. We didn't use the teleportation array, but used our Tei sect's boundary-breaking talisman to force our way into the 8th level. Xuan Kingzi said nonchalantly. Boundary-breaking talisman. Can such a talisman break through spatial barriers? Han Li asked, skeptical. The talisman alone isn't enough. It must be used with a special secret technique and our sect's Tian divine sword. However, I didn't expect to be trapped in another space upon entering. The old man glanced back at the space where the black wind flag restriction had been, clicking his tongue. The Tei sect's boundary-breaking talisman and Tian divine sword are indeed renowned. Even the barriers that stymie us are nothing to you. Tei sect and Tianmo sect truly live up to their reputations as the foremost orthodox and demonic sects in Dajin, Lin Yinping sighed. You're too kind. Your Tianlin sacred hall has many treasures too. It's just that our divine sword happens to have spatial breaking abilities. Xuan Kingzi modestly replied. Lin Yinping smiled bitterly at his modesty. Although Tianlin's sacred hall might match the two major sects in high-level cultivators, its treasure trove couldn't compare to those inherited from ancient times. By the way, where is old demon Kaian? I heard from Taoist Xuan Kingzi that he also entered this mountain. The middle-aged scholar suddenly scanned the surroundings and asked, Old demon Kaian. The young man and Lin Yinping looked at Han Li upon hearing this. After all, Lady Mu from Huaxian's sect had mentioned Han Li's fight with old demon Kaian. While they hadn't believed old demon Kaian could die at Han Li's hands, witnessing Han Li's abilities now made them unsure. Their expressions didn't escape Xuan Kingzi and Kaimai Zhenren's notice, making them exchange surprised glances and focus on Han Li. Han Li sighed inwardly, but remained calm on the surface. Taoist Kaian and I parted ways in the Kunwu Hall. He may be searching for treasures elsewhere. By the way, I haven't seen the others from Yin Luo sect either, Han Li said evenly. Are you referring to Taoist Ji and the others? No need to worry. They were ambushed and killed by the Yi family's grand elder on the way here. Even their nascent souls were destroyed, the young man said indifferently. I see, Han Li replied, understanding. This Kunwu mountain is indeed perilous, with so many cultivators perishing. Xuan Kingzi sighed after noticing something in Han Li's expression. It's good that the Yin Luo sect members aren't here. They would only be a hindrance. Fellow Taoists, tell us more about the ancient demon patriarch. The middle-aged scholar glanced at the ruins of the palace, looking serious. Fellow Taoist Kaimai is right. To be honest, we came here for the Yi family and the ancient demon. This matter concerns the entire cultivation world, and we hope fellow Taoists can cooperate, Xuan Kingzi said with a smile to Han Li and the others. Hearing this, the young man and Lin Yinping didn't respond immediately, their expressions turning strange. With the restrictions placed on them, they dared not speak without knowing Han Li's thoughts. Thus, they looked uncertain. Gui Ling remained silent throughout. This made Han Li's calm demeanor stand out even more to the two high-level cultivators. Xuan Kingzi and Kaimai Zhenren exchanged surprised glances, sensing the unease the young man and the Tianlin saintess had towards Han Li, which made them wary. "If you wish to know about the ancient demon, I can explain," Han Li said calmly. "Good, fellow Taoist Han, please." Xuan Kingzi began but was cut off by a thunderous noise from the palace. 10 beams of milky white light shot out, changing their faces. The entire 8th level shook violently, with a humming sound rising, the ground cracking, and space distorting with flashes of white light and black streaks. Not good. The ancient demon patriarch is breaking the seal of the 9th level. How is this possible? Kaimai Zhenren cried out in fear. 9th level seal. Han Li was shocked, but quickly summoned his Yuan Gang shield, which transformed into a silver light barrier around him. But before he could react, the beams from the palace turned pitch black and curved, shooting in all directions. Where they passed, space shattered, intertwining with white light and black streaks. A spatial rift. Seeing this, Han Li couldn't remain calm and changed his expression drastically. Without hesitation, he flipped his hand, and a red talisman appeared. He slapped it onto himself, causing a red dragon shadow to manifest and then disappear. In an instant, Han Li transformed into a half-human, half-dragon form. At that moment, amidst Lin Yinping's cries, a black rift appeared before them. Having experienced being swallowed by a spatial rift once before, Han Li, though still greatly apprehensive about the rift, did not panic. Empowered by the descending spirit talisman, his mana had reached the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage. He immediately poured his mana into the Yuan Gang shield, transforming it into a blinding silver light. As long as he didn't touch the edges of the rift, the power of the Yuan Gang shield should be sufficient for a while, he thought anxiously. The darkness lasted only a moment. After a dizzying sensation, his vision cleared, and he found himself in a void. Fortunately, with his prior experience, Han Li regained his composure instantly and scanned his surroundings warily. The sight made him gasp. The 9th level, Han Li muttered almost instinctively. This was clearly another independent space, with a vast open area several miles in size at its center. Surrounding it was a yellowish, rolling mist, making the place appear dim and boundless. Below him was a massive altar over 100 feet tall, tapering upward and constructed of pristine white jade, appearing extraordinarily grand and intricate. Encircling the altar was a large formation of towering stone pillars, each emitting bright light, seemingly activated. At the top of the altar stood a mountain-sized, two-headed giant wolf. One black wolf head spewed endless black chi, fiercely contending with several opponents hovering nearby. These opponents were the cultivators and demons who had disappeared from the 8th level. The succubus spirit that had possessed Hua Tianqi was there, waving her hands and sending numerous milky white palms crashing into the black chi. The Yi family's elder, the 10,000-year corpse bear, and the silver-winged yaksha were all present. The only one missing was the strange-headed man. What surprised Han Li was that beside the giant wolf stood a human cultivator, directing a silver light-emitting shuttle to assist the wolf. This person was the elegant woman from the Hua Xian sect. At this moment, she was shrouded in black qi, her eyes vacant, directing her treasure in a furious struggle with Mu Fu Ren, as if she had lost her sense of self. The others were each using their abilities, desperately attacking the giant wolf. Above the wolf, yellow wind surged, hiding a black dragon that spewed black wind, resisting a silver lotus and 8 beast phantoms. The silver lotus, suspended in midair, shone brightly, with dense Buddhist scriptures flowing from its petals. Each palm-sized rune exploded upon contact with the black wind, scattering it. The black wind flag, and the 8 spirits ruler. Han Li recognized the 2 legendary treasures at a glance, and was astonished by the situation of the Hua Xian sect women. Gui Ling had previously informed him that the 2 women seemed to be setting up some formation underground, plotting something. Had he not been eager to escape from the black teleportation array, he would have secretly followed to investigate. But now, how did one of the women fall under the ancient demon patriarch's influence? What shocked Han Li even more was that despite facing so many opponents, the giant wolf still had the upper hand, pushing them back and preventing them from approaching the altar. The black qi spewed by the giant wolf's mouth was thick and viscous like liquid. Apart from the blood blades of the 10,000-year corpse bear, which slashed wildly within the black qi, everyone else was protecting themselves with their treasures, not daring to let the black qi touch them, let alone launching long-range attacks through it. They could only use various spells and long-range attacks to scatter the approaching black qi. As a result, they were significantly disadvantaged. If not for Hua Tianqi and the corpse bear bearing most of the giant wolf's attacks, and the 8 spirits ruler's silver lotus diverting much of the wolf's attention, they would have been overwhelmed long ago. After all, the silver-winged yaksha's soul-siphoning threads and the lion bird's golden waves seemed ineffective against the black qi. However, Han Li noticed something odd. The 2-headed giant wolf seemed unable to leave the altar, fighting from a stationary position. It guarded the altar's top closely, never moving an inch. This puzzled Han Li. At that moment, a voice filled with anger and alarm sounded nearby. Not good. The seal has indeed been broken. How could this ancient demon possess the means to break this seal? Han Li turned towards the voice, seeing Xuan Qingzi staring at the altar, exclaiming in shock, with Kaimai Zhenren beside him, also looking grim. Han Li noticed that not only these 2, but also Lin Yinping, the lynxy peacock, Gui Ling, and the human puppet had all appeared in the 9th level's space, unscathed. It seemed the spatial rupture was not an accident, but triggered some restriction, teleporting everyone here simultaneously. However, Lin Yinping's face was pale, indicating she had been greatly startled by the earlier events. Han Li's gaze quickly shifted to the altar, where Xuan Qingzi and Kaimai Zhenren were looking. Upon closer inspection, Han Li couldn't help but gasp. Behind the giant wolf were two stone steels several feet high, gray and inconspicuous. But seeing these steels, Han Li's face showed surprise, as a familiar feeling flashed in his mind, reminding him of the rare material shouting spirit soft jade. He had seen similar steels in the 10,000 demon abyss in Tian Nan, though they were broken. These two were intact, with a green seal embedded in one, emitting a faint black light and trembling slightly. Han Li noticed that the steel's light seemed to resonate with the formation around the altar, appearing to be its core. The giant wolf seemed to be guarding these steels, hence not leaving the altar. Han Li stared at the steels, his mind slightly confused. Xuan Kingzi, Kaimai Zhenren, you're just in time. This ancient demon patriarch is unsealing the altar, and something is suppressed beneath it. We must stop him. Mu Fu Ren called out happily upon seeing Xuan Kingzi and Han Li appear. I see it. Xuan Kingzi, we must act quickly. The situation is dire, Kaimai Zhenren said, his face serious. He flicked his sleeve, releasing 7 treasures of various shapes, including a sword, a knife, a bead, and a mirror. One of them was the mysterious sound mirror Lin Yinping had borrowed once. These treasures, known as the 7 treasures, transformed into 7 streaks of light, shooting towards the giant wolf. Xuan Kingzi sighed, then drew a yellow ancient sword from his sleeve. Though it appeared dull and ancient, when he sprayed a mouthful of blood on it, the sword awoke, emitting a dragon's roar and a dazzling light. Xuan Kingzi pointed at the sword, releasing a giant sword beam over 10 feet long. It roared downwards, splitting the sky with thunderous noise. The giant wolf had been aware of Han Li and the others' presence since they arrived. Seeing this, a sinister gleam flashed in its eyes. It trembled, sending black qi from its paws into its body, then spewed a large amount of thick black qi skyward. Careful, this black qi is extremely dangerous. If it touches your treasures, they'll be corrupted and lose their powers, Mu Fu Ren warned. The 7 streaks of light and the giant sword beam were about to collide with the black qi. The scholar paled and swiftly gestured, stopping his treasures just before contact. They released a multicolored light, sweeping towards the black qi. The sword beam struck first, colliding with the black qi, creating a thunderous explosion. Yellow light pierced the black qi, followed by the 7 treasures' light. However, the giant wolf spewed more black qi, engulfing the yellow light and 7 treasures' glow, which soon disappeared. Xuan Kingzi, seeing his sword beam unresponsive, his face darkened. At that moment, the black qi surged towards everyone, enveloping them. Kaimai Zhenren quickly recalled his treasures, while Xuan Kingzi's sword created a yellow barrier, temporarily holding off the black qi. Kaimai, ordinary treasures won't work. Use that treasure. The seal seems to need more time to break. We must act now. I'll cover you, Xuan Kingzi said seriously. Understood. Meanwhile, Han Li unleashed dozens of golden flying swords, forming a barrier of golden arcs and thunderous sounds, scattering the black chi. Gui Ling wielded a silver giant axe, with a tiger-like apparition on it, spewing yellowish mist, barely resisting the black air. Over there, Lin Yinping and the spirit rhinoceros peacock possessed by the young man surnamed Su were together, under the cover of the five-colored light, also managing to barely protect themselves. Hanli merely glanced at these people before frowning slightly as he looked towards the 8-spirit ruler and the black wind banner in the air. These two spiritual treasures, one temporarily demonized and the other without an owner, couldn't exert their true power. However, because of this, the black wind and silver patterns between the silver lotus about a zhang in size and the black python were evenly matched. But these two spiritual treasures were so conspicuous in the high sky that, no matter how much Han Li desired them, he could only look but not touch. Not to mention the ancient demon saint ancestor's wolf incarnation. Even the others wouldn't stand by and watch him take the treasures. Since the ancient demon saint ancestor broke free, Han Li realized his divine powers were beyond his resistance, and he immediately planned to flee from this place of trouble. However, these areas were all enclosed spaces, with no escape route available for the time being. Therefore, Han Li could only grit his teeth and avoid getting drawn into the battle. Although he noticed that the warding thunder was quite effective against the abnormal black demon energy, he only used it to protect himself, unwilling to charge forward recklessly. If the ancient demon saint ancestor noticed him and targeted him, it would spell disaster for him. Besides, if the split soul of the ancient demon saint ancestor really broke free, the cultivation world of Dajin would suffer first. He had no intention of risking himself for the cultivators of Dajin. While Han Li was thinking silently, he cautiously sent out his divine sense, probing towards the altar. As expected, his divine sense was rebounded by a mysterious restriction upon sweeping the altar's surface, unable to penetrate inside. Han Li sighed inwardly, subconsciously sweeping his divine sense below the altar, and was slightly stunned. Deep underground, 100 zhang below the altar, he sensed a golden sphere about a foot in size, which was the swarm of devouring golden insects he had released earlier. These spiritual insects had also reached the 9th level. When he released these insects, it was to find the barriers of the 8th level's space, looking for weak spots to exploit. But due to the appearance of the black teleportation array, he lost contact with them. Now, it seemed that they had also been transported to the 9th level at the moment the space shattered. Perhaps because these devouring golden insects were originally underground in the 8th level, they quietly ended up below the altar in the 9th level without being noticed. Han Li looked at the giant stone pillars around the altar, hesitated for a moment, then silently issued a command to the insects. The golden sphere flashed with light and dispersed, turning back into thousands of devouring golden insects that spread out. On the surface, The 1,000-year-old corpse bear and Hua Tianqi were clearly unwilling to remain in a stalemate. They occasionally attacked the giant stone pillars fiercely, trying to destroy the formation. However, except for the corpse bear's blood blade leaving a few shallow marks, other attacks were ineffective against the pillars. Even Hua Tianqi's seemingly formidable pale white fist could only make the pillars shake slightly. It was unclear what material these pillars were made of, being so incredibly tough. Of course, if the corpse bear or the spirit possessing Hua Tianqi had the time to deal with a specific pillar slowly, it wasn't impossible to destroy it. But the key issue was that whenever any of them showed signs of retreat, the two-headed giant wolf would immediately unleash powerful black gas, making them return and defend against the demonic energy. They couldn't truly escape. Hanley casually dealt with the demonic energy's attacks while his eyes darted around, seemingly looking for an escape route. At this moment, under Xuan Kingsley's cover, 5 emerald green rings had been summoned into the air by Master Qi Miao. With incantations flowing from the scholar's mouth and rapid finger movements, successive spells hit the rings, making them emit strange sounds and vibrate with flickering light. The two-headed giant wolf, after entangling the newly arrived group with a large amount of black gas, refocused on Hua Tianqi and the 1,000-year-old corpse bear near the altar. In its mind, these two were the real threats. There was no need to mention Hua Tianqi. The demoness Long Meng had fought over the silver wolf body with it for many years, knowing each other very well, naturally wary of each other. As for the corpse bear that had suddenly appeared and ambushed it, although only at the late nascent soul stage, its blood blade was extremely formidable, not only immune to its demonic energy, but also seemingly restraining it. If the corpse bear's cultivation wasn't so far below its own, it might have been able to break through the demonic energy with brute force. This made the fragment of the Yunsh saint ancestor all the more cautious. Actually, if not for the unexpected acquisition of the dragon transformation seal, controlling the 9th-level altar formation through a mind control great spell in the 8th-level palace, it would have long considered escaping the demon-suppressing tower before its demonic energy was exhausted. But now, having activated the altar's seal, albeit only a slight crack, it remained at the altar to continuously replenish its pure demonic energy, not only holding its own against many cultivators, but also slowly restoring its depleted demon essence. Thus, the demon was even more unwilling to take risks, opting for a steady approach, waiting for the seal to fully open. However, when the green light in the sky began to exert its power, the wolf suddenly sensed a familiar and terrifying spiritual power. Alarmed, it looked up. Binding magic rings. Upon seeing the 5 green rings in the air, fear flashed in the wolf's eyes. The black wolf had let out a deafening roar, and a black light surged in its mouth, as if preparing to unleash an attack. But at that moment, Master Qi Miao, having completed his spell, pointed at one of the green rings with a solemn expression and uttered the word bind. Though the voice wasn't loud, the green ring immediately radiated blinding light and disappeared into thin air. The next moment, a buzzing sound was heard above the wolf's head. A streak of green light appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around the black wolf head's neck and instantly turning into a giant ring. With runes surfacing on the ring, it quickly tightened. The black gas the wolf was about to spew out was choked off, and it let out a painful howl. In a panic, it clawed at the ring, trying to tear it apart with its sharp claws. However, the green light flared, and with a muffled sound, the claws were repelled. The ring tightened even more, making the wolf unable to utter a sound, only producing low whimpers, its eyes filled with agony. Seeing this, the beings near the altar rejoiced and unleashed their powers against the demonic energy. Sure enough, without the wolf's command, the demonic energy's power significantly weakened, and they managed to disperse it. The corpse bear and Hua Tianqi hurriedly rushed towards the center. The silver-winged yaksha and lion-like beast, also trying to approach, suddenly heard the corpse bear's transmitted voice, glanced at each other, and flew towards the surrounding stone pillars. Before reaching the pillars, they simultaneously released gray misty soul threads and golden sound waves towards a specific pillar. Xuan Qingzi and Master Qi Miao in the air were overjoyed, the old Taoist pouring all his magic power into his sword, then slashing fiercely at the demonic energy ahead. A huge sword light shot out, carving a clear path ahead. Meanwhile, with continuous finger movements, the scholar caused the remaining 4 green rings to disappear as well, appearing on the wolf's 4 limbs. The rings tightened with a glow, making the wolf collapse on the altar, unable to rise. Seeing this, Han Li blinked, recalling the ancient treasure 5 elements ring he had obtained in the virtual Sky Hall. Except for the difference in power, the binding rings used by Master Qi Miao looked remarkably similar to the 5 elements ring. Could the latter be a replica of these binding rings? At that moment, Xuan Qingzi suddenly shouted in anger. "Bear Master, how dare you?" Then, with a wave of his sword, he turned into a yellow streak of light shooting towards the demonic energy above. The middle-aged scholar also disappeared into a cloud of gray mist, ignoring the fallen wolf. Han Li then noticed that Hua Tianqi and the white-haired corpse bear had turned into white and green giant hands, respectively, grasping towards the black wind, banner-formed black python, and the silver lotus in the sky. The wood matron was entangled by her junior sister, unable to break free. Seeing this, Han Li pursed his lips but didn't move. Meanwhile, Lin Yinping and the spirit rhinoceros peacock, possessed by the young man surnamed Su, shot out 2 beams of light, also aiming for the 2 spiritual treasures in the sky. However, Gui Ling glanced at Han Li, hesitated briefly, but didn't join the scramble. In the sky, spiritual light and booming sounds intertwined chaotically. The beings who had just united against the ancient demon now fought each other for the spiritual treasures. Han Li's gaze fell on the altar, looking at the giant wolf seemingly bound tightly by the binding rings. His expression darkened, and with a flick of his sleeve, dozens of small golden swords buzzed as they shot. Out. Just as Han Li released his flying sword, he was simultaneously communicating telepathically with Silver Moon. If I sever that black wolf head, can it really temporarily expel the split soul of the ancient demon saint ancestor? Are you sure this won't backfire? Why hasn't Long Meng attempted to take the body first? Rest assured. Since the demon is controlled by the binding magic rings, it indicates that not only is the demonic energy within restrained, but even the demon's soul cannot escape from the wolf head. As long as the demon's soul temporarily leaves the body, I am confident I can reclaim the original body. As for Long Meng, despite her incredibly powerful divine sense, she lacks a weapon mixed with Zheng metal, while ordinary treasures can't damage the silver wolf body. She wouldn't dare to fight for control over the body filled with demonic energy. Doing so would likely result in a significant disadvantage. Besides, she didn't expect you to have so many flying swords infused with Zheng metal. Otherwise, she wouldn't easily give up such an opportunity and fight over the spiritual treasure instead, Silver Moon quickly explained. Upon hearing this, Han Li took a deep breath and stopped hesitating. After all, Silver Moon was his artifact spirit. If reclaiming the body would significantly enhance his power, he was naturally more than willing to take the risk. Immediately, he performed a hand seal, causing all the flying swords to shoot up into the sky. With a burst of golden light, they combined into a single, dazzlingly golden giant sword. With a light tap of his finger on the giant sword, instantly, a low, thunderous sound echoed as golden electric arcs enveloped the sword. At its tip, a silver light burst forth, revealing a silver wolf head that swiftly vanished again. Silver Moon had directly merged with the giant sword in her artifact spirit form, not only enhancing the sword's power, but also positioning herself to swiftly re-enter the wolf body once the black wolf head was severed. With a surge of magical power, the giant sword transformed into a golden arc, slashing through the demonic energy. Where it passed, electric light flickered, dispersing the black gas, and in a few flashes, it was over the altar, ready to strike down on the unmoving giant wolf. The startling actions of the golden sword naturally caught the attention of the beings fighting over the spiritual treasures in the sky, both humans and demons, who were momentarily stunned. When Long Meng, possessing Hua Tianqi's body, saw this scene, she was first surprised and then smirked coldly. She certainly didn't believe that a mere mid-nascent soul cultivator's flying sword could harm the silver wolf body in the slightest. But as this thought crossed the demoness's mind, an astonishing scene unfolded below. As the giant sword, with its fierce momentum, was about to strike the black wolf head's neck, the seemingly immobilized giant wolf suddenly leaped up, narrowly avoiding the sword light. All the cultivators, including Han Li, were dumbfounded. This is bad, the demon was pretending. The binding magic rings haven't truly restrained it, Xuan Kingzi cried out, trembling. Master Chi Miao's face turned grim, but he quickly made another attempt to control the 5 green rings on the giant wolf. The rings glowed brightly and tightened once more. However, this time, the black wolf head merely glanced at the rings, with a mocking gleam in its eyes. Without any howl of pain, it stomped its feet on the altar. Immediately, a pitch-black, inky light erupted from the wolf, enveloping it entirely. And then, as if imbued with intelligence, it disappeared into the colossal wolf body. In an instant, the originally radiant silver fur darkened, turning pitch black except for the silver wolf head. Demonized body. When did it complete its demonization? In the sky, Hua Tianqi turned pale and showed an incredulous expression. Almost simultaneously, the black wolf head raised its neck and emitted rings of black ripples from its mouth. These ripples, silent and seemingly powerless at first glance, soon revealed their strength. As the ripples enveloped the green rings, they flickered and shattered into pieces. In an instant, the 5 binding magic rings were destroyed. The golden giant sword, which had missed its mark, hovered back in the air. Upon witnessing this, it rapidly retreated. The wolf let out a piercing howl, causing the scattered demonic energy to gather and surge up, enveloping the giant sword, attempting to trap it. Han Li's face turned pale. Without delay, he activated the sword's seal and shouted, unleashing a significant amount of warding thunder. With a thunderous roar, a massive lightning ball formed on the sword's surface and exploded. Countless thin electric arcs scattered, disintegrating the surrounding demonic energy and creating a large clearing. The remaining demonic energy was riddled with holes and significantly weakened. The trapped giant sword buzzed and transformed into a golden rainbow, escaping the residual demonic energy and returning to Han Li's side. Warding thunder, and in such abundance, the giant wolf was visibly surprised, deeply gazing at Han Li. Han Li remained expressionless, though inwardly he was alarmed. The strange black ripples emitted by the wolf were powerful, but slow and unable to reach far, dissipating after 30 zhang. At this moment, Master Chi Miao and the others breathed a sigh of relief, realizing their narrow escape. The split soul of the ancient demon saint ancestor had cunningly pretended to be incapacitated, luring them into a deadly fight for the spiritual treasures. If not for Han Li's inadvertent strike exposing the deception, they might have fought to the death, leaving the survivors too weak to face the demon. Now, exchanging glances, they dispersed immediately. Although the spiritual treasures were precious, they had no confidence in subduing them quickly. They needed to deal with the greater threat first. The giant wolf's purple eyes flashed coldly as it raised a claw, swiping at the empty space. 5 claw lights, each over a zhang long, shot out and disappeared. A woman's scream echoed shortly after. Everyone turned to see Lady Mu being struck by the claw light. Her protective treasure and barrier were unable to block it, and she was cut into pieces. Her nascent soul fled from the remains in panic, hesitating momentarily as she glanced at her treasure in the sky, seemingly reluctant to abandon it. But this brief delay sealed her fate. Nearby, the demonic energy surged, forming a massive black hand that grabbed her nascent soul. Terrified, she attempted to teleport away, but the giant wolf howled sharply. The piercing howl disrupted her internal magic, causing her nascent soul to lose control. The black hand grasped her, pulling her into the demonic energy, where she vanished. "Stop!" Xuan Kingzi, usually calm and composed, roared in anger, his face turning ashen. Infusing his sword with all his magic power, he slashed furiously at the demon below. His sword emitted numerous shadows, forming a mountain of sword light, pressing down with immense force, seemingly determined to save Lady Mu's nascent soul at all costs. Han Li was taken aback, while the others were pleased to see the old Taoist taking the lead. Hua Tianqi and the corpse bear exchanged glances, attacking from both sides with a blood light and a white giant hand. Master Qi Miao, seeing the old Taoist's determination, frowned slightly. Remembering some rumors about Lady Mu and Xuan Kingzi, he showed a peculiar expression. After a moment's thought, he took out a small, half-foot red drum. The drum glowed with red light, raising the temperature around it by several degrees, making everyone feel as if they were standing next to a furnace. The red-sounding drum. During the earlier fight for the treasures, Lin Yinping, who had suffered minor losses, exclaimed in shock upon seeing the drum. The young man surnamed Su, possessing the spirit rhinoceros peacock, also showed surprise. Han Li, glancing at the drum, felt the immense fire spirit power within, rivaling that of the Three Flames fan. This realization made him think of the word's replica of a supreme spiritual treasure. Taoist Han, your warding thunder is highly effective against the demonic energy. Please use it again, and I'll cover you with this drum, Master Qi Miao said, holding the drum. Hearing this, Han Li's eyes narrowed. Meanwhile, Xuan Kingzi's intense sword aura clashed with the rising demonic energy below. A thunderous roar erupted. Sword light and demonic energy intertwined, stalemating. Hua Tianqi's white hand and the corpse bear's blood blade joined the fray, but the giant wolf countered with black beams, effortlessly holding them off. Not only that, but the wolf spat out two black objects, which transformed into two human-sized demons with eagle wings. These demons, resembling young men with hooked noses and black blades, flew towards the silver-winged yaksha and lion beast, who were destroying a stone pillar. Before they reached the two demons, they swung their black blades, sending a series of black beams at them. The two demons were startled to see the two demon-like entities formed from the gathered demonic energy attacking them. Without hesitation, the silver-winged yaksha disappeared into the wind. The beast with a lion's body and bird's wings turned ferocious, rotating its body with a booming roar, releasing a golden wave towards one of the demon entities. The demon entity only slightly blocked with its large blade before being submerged in the golden wave, its body shattering inch by inch, turning back into demonic energy. The other demon entity swung its blade, releasing a beam of light, but the silver-winged yaksha reappeared behind it mysteriously. With a flick of its 10 fingers, 10 ghostly gray threads shot out, piercing through the demon entity's body and tearing it to pieces. Despite easily destroying these 2 demon entities, the silver-winged yaksha's face remained serious as it stared at the demonic energy before it. It was apparent that the yaksha didn't believe that the 2 demon entities had been truly dealt with. Indeed, the demonic energy surged and roiled, and the black light flickered as the 2 demon entities reformed. One immediately charged forward, spewing demonic energy from its mouth towards the silver-winged yaksha. The silver-winged yaksha frowned and raised a hand, sending out the ghostly gray threads again, intertwining with the black demonic energy. The other demon entity transformed into a giant black eagle, fiercely attacking the beast with lion's body and bird's wings in close combat. Feathers of black and purple fell as the 2 giant birds clashed. Despite having the upper hand, the beast with the lion's body and bird's wings found the black eagle resilient, as it quickly recovered from any damage it sustained, seemingly immortal. The same was true for the silver-winged yaksha. No matter how many times it destroyed the demon entities with its ghostly threads, they quickly reformed. These demon entities appeared to be some form of external avatars. As long as their main body wasn't destroyed and they had sufficient demonic energy, they were practically immortal. It was clear why the divine avatar of the holy ancestor used them to stall the 2 demons. It wasn't expecting the entities to defeat them, just to keep them occupied so they couldn't destroy the stone pillars. The silver-winged yaksha understood this well. Although the demon entities had poor defenses, their demonic energy was just as potent as that of the giant wolves. The 2 demons had no choice but to evade and defend, unable to focus on anything else. Meanwhile, the half-destroyed stone pillar was quickly repairing itself, the shattered parts soon restored. This frustrated the silver-winged yaksha. The corpse bear observed this situation with shock. Hua Tianqi, while gathering several large hands with divine sense to smash down the demonic energy below, suddenly transmitted a cold message to the corpse bear. Don't worry. This temporary avatar-forming demonic skill can only produce 2 entities with its limited divine sense. If it could create more, it wouldn't be playing this stalling game with us. The crucial issue is that it has forcibly demonized my body with demonic energy. Although it's temporary, if it continues to absorb the pure demonic energy from the altar, it will soon become permanent. Once the demon's soul and body merge, I will have no chance to reclaim my body, and we will be no match for this fully restored demon. I must take a risk. Take a risk? Your Highness, what do you mean? The corpse bear asked respectfully, though surprised. I will use a secret technique to enter the wolf's body and forcibly contend with the demon's soul for control. Although the body has been demonized and I can't overpower it, I can cause the silver wolf to lose control momentarily. You know what to do next, right? Long Meng said calmly. I understand your highness' intention, but isn't this too risky? The corpse bear hesitated while slashing through a mass of demonic energy with blood light. Risky? If we don't take this risk, once the altar's seal is broken, we won't have any chance. This altar seals something you seem very wary of. Is it one of those powerful ancient demonic artifacts? The corpse bear couldn't help but ask. If it were just an artifact, we could simply retreat and gather other human cultivators to attack. The altar likely seals true demon qi from the ancient demon realm, Long Meng said with a grim expression. True demon qi from the ancient demon realm. The corpse bear was shocked. You should have heard of the power of true demon qi before you became a refined corpse. It's different from ordinary demonic energy. It can contaminate the spiritual veins and energy of the human realm. If it spreads widely, it can gradually demonize ordinary people and low-level cultivators, potentially transforming the human realm into an ancient demon realm. After the ancient war, these demon qis were supposed to be purified. How is there still some in the human realm, sealed under this altar? The corpse bear was incredulous. Purified? Ordinary demonic energy could be purified by the ancient cultivators, but true demon qi contains the essence of the ancient demon realm, intended to transform the spiritual energy of the human realm. It's not easily erased. In the spirit realm, we might have a way to eliminate it, but in the human realm, it's extremely difficult. Before I was sealed, I heard that the 3 elders of Kunwu mentioned gathering and confining most of the true demon qi, dispersing it to several places with abundant spiritual energy in the human realm to suppress it with pure spiritual energy. Having fused with the divine avatar of the ancient demon ancestor, I can faintly sense that this altar seals such demonic energy. No wonder Kunwu Mountain, being the most famous immortal mountain back then, was chosen to suppress the demonic energy. They hoped that the pure spiritual energy would gradually erode the demonic energy. The mountain's spiritual energy has indeed thinned considerably. It seems somewhat effective, but without 1,000,000 years, the true demon qi can't be fully purified. If released now, human cultivators won't be able to seal it again. Worse, if the ancient demon ancestor's avatar absorbs the true demon qi, no one in the human realm can defeat it, Long Meng explained. After a moment of silence, she continued. Even if the human realm is completely demonized, it doesn't concern us. The demon invasion we were sent to handle has been dealt with. Any further troubles aren't our responsibility. Why not? The corpse bear hesitated, a cold glint in its eyes. I knew you, being once a human spiritual beast, had ulterior motives. Do you hope to use the inverse spiritual passage to return to the spirit realm? But your cultivation hasn't surpassed the transformation period. Entering it would disintegrate you. How do you know I know its location? Long Meng sneered. You're joking, Your Highness. Being a human spiritual beast was before I gained intelligence. As for traversing the passage, I am prepared and confident. If your highness doesn't know the passage's location, who else would? The corpse bear responded with a wry smile. HMPH, I'll believe you. Only by fully reclaiming my body can I locate the inverse spiritual passage. So don't think of fleeing. Do as I say, Long Meng ordered. Yes, if your highness keeps the promise to return us to the spirit realm, we will do our utmost, the corpse bear agreed. Good. Guard me now, Long Meng instructed, satisfied. With that, the possessed Hua Tianqi made complex gestures, causing blinding silver light to emanate from her body. Meanwhile, Han Li, under the watchful eye of the 7 Wonders immortal, struck with the demon-slaying thunder, dissipating masses of demonic energy. However, the giant wolf, facing the combined attacks of the cultivators, grew fiercer, spewing demonic energy and black beams that repelled the yellow sword energy and blood light, pushing them back. The demonic energy spread, filling most of the space and threatening to encircle the group. The stone pillars around the altar glowed brightly, emitting a low hum. Ancient runes surfaced on each pillar, trembling slightly. Everyone, human and demon alike, was shocked. The 7 Wonders immortal, holding a small red drum, frowned. Although he hadn't heard Long Meng's conversation with the corpse bear, a sense of foreboding loomed over him. He bit his lip and finally tossed the drum into the air, shouting, Elder Xuanqing, what are you waiting for? Unleash that new item of yours, or we'll be in dire straits. After a series of violent attacks, the old Taoist's ancient sword finally calmed down considerably. It was apparent that the prolonged inability to break through the demonic aura meant that Madame Mu's nascent soul was most likely in grave danger. Upon hearing Zhenren Qi Miao's suggestion, a flash of fierceness appeared on the old Taoist's face. Without a word, he shook his sleeve, and a small, earthy yellow seal shot out, hovering above his head. This treasure was square and smooth, its entire body resembling warm jade. However, its surface was intermittently bright and dark, revealing layers of gold and silver runes. The spiritual energy it emitted was stable and immense. Seeing this item, Han Li's expression changed slightly. Mountain flattening seal. A woman's surprised cry sounded. Han Li turned to look. Indeed, Lin Yinping on one side was covering her red lips with her hand, staring at the small seal in astonishment. This treasure was the mountain flattening seal, a replica of a Tangshan Lingbao that Han Li had once seen at an underground auction. Although Han Li had left the auction midway, he later heard that this item was sold at an exorbitant price to an unknown cultivator. Unexpectedly, it had fallen into the hands of the Taiyi sect. This sect truly lived up to its reputation as the leading sect of the righteous path, with immense wealth and resources. Seeing the mountain flattening seal, Zhenren Qi Miao laughed wildly, then raised his hand, flicking his finger towards the small drum in the air. With a dull thud, a crimson light flashed on the small drum, and a wheel of red light faintly appeared around it. The middle-aged scholar, seeing this, unhesitatingly flicked his finger again. Another dull thud followed, and the wheel of red light grew larger and brighter. The drum beats continued, and a blood-red sun gradually emerged in the sky. The terrifying power contained within the red sun, accompanied by the low, resonant drum beats, was palpable to everyone. On the other side, the overturning seal thrown by Xuan Qingzi transformed into a 20-foot-tall small mountain under his incantations and spell casting. Layers of formations and runes covered the surface of the jade seal, and the surrounding golden mist made it look like a celestial treasure. The appearance of these two treasures immediately drew attention. Hua Tianqi, emanating silver light, glanced sideways at them upon sensing their immense spiritual pressure. His eyes flashed with a strange look before he closed them again, maintaining his calm. The giant wolf on the altar also noticed this scene, its expression turning grave. "Hey, do you really think you can defeat me with two replicas of Lingbao?" "Dream on," the giant wolf sneered, a flash of cold light in its eyes. It opened its mouth, and a black light ball slowly floated out, hovering before it and pulsating gently. The wolf then spat out beam after beam of pitch-black light, each one entering the light ball and causing it to swell rapidly. In no time, the light ball grew to the size of a house, continuing to expand as it floated above the wolf's head. The light ball was pitch black and deep, exuding an eerie aura that made onlookers shiver. "Go." Xuan Qingzi's face darkened as he pointed solemnly at the giant seal, launching the first attack. The mountain-flattening seal glowed brilliantly, transforming into a yellow meteor that smashed towards the giant wolf on the altar. Simultaneously, the red sun followed closely behind, both flashing with strange lights and exuding astonishing power. They pierced through the demonic aura with ease, showcasing the power of the two treasures. Although they were replicas of Lingbao, the combined power of these two treasures was on par with an ordinary strike from a genuine Lingbao. Seeing this, the giant wolf didn't hesitate. It spat out a beam of light directly into the huge light ball above its head. The light ball trembled, emitting a low roar akin to a tidal wave, then shot forward to meet the two treasures. The demonic aura was swept into the light ball along its path, making it appear exceedingly formidable. The three strange objects collided silently in the air. With a deafening boom that shook the entire space, black light, yellow mist, and red glow exploded, forming a clear barrier of spiritual energy. One side was pitch black, like an endless night sky, while the other was a dazzling mix of yellow and red, resembling a dreamscape. At their boundary, a thunderous noise erupted, sounding both like thunder and the clashing of countless weapons. The boundary swayed back and forth, with the black light sometimes overwhelming the yellow and red glow, and sometimes being pushed back. For a moment, the two forces were in a deadlock, appearing extremely bizarre. But this balance only lasted for a brief moment. With the giant wolf continuously spitting out massive beams of light into the black light ball, the black light began to overpower the yellow and red glow, forcing them to retreat. Seeing this, Xuan Kingzi and Zhenren Qi Miao's expressions changed dramatically. Clearly, the two of them hadn't expected that the opponent's demonized body could withstand their two Lingbao replicas with just its own abilities. While continuously infusing their spiritual power into the mountain flattening seal and the scarlet resonance drum, they exchanged a look, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. This split soul of the ancient demon's saint was far more formidable than they had anticipated. Not only did their seemingly infallible demon restraining ring fail, but even their trump card treasures seemed unable to suppress the opponent. And the altar's seal appeared on the verge of breaking. Though they didn't know what would happen, it was undoubtedly something extraordinary. Just as the two of them felt a sense of impending doom, Han Li, observing the scene, suddenly patted his waist. A ball of tricolored light shot out, circling once before landing in his hand. It was the Triflame fan. He glanced deeply at the battle resembling the clash of yin and yang, took a deep breath, and with a thought, the hidden humanoid puppet moved behind him. Without hesitation, Han Li rubbed his hands together, and the fan grew rapidly. In an instant, a giant fan several feet wide appeared in his hands. Though he didn't want to confront the ancient demon's saint's split soul directly, he understood that with no escape route, he would not fare well if Xuan Kingzi and Zhenren Qi Miao were defeated. Seeing the two of them wielding such powerful treasures and still struggling, he decided to lend a hand. With a buzzing sound, the tricolored flames on the fan flared up. Han Li poured all his spiritual power into the fan, hopping to increase its power as much as possible. The immense spiritual power emitted by the Triflame fan caught the attention of Xuan Kingzi and the middle-aged scholar, who turned to look. Seeing the Triflame fan in Han Li's hand, Xuan Kingzi exclaimed in surprise. "Taoist, your treasure." Han Li didn't explain. He shook the fan, and a surge of tricolored flames rushed out, transforming into a large tricolored firebird. With a cry, the firebird spread its wings and flew towards the yellow and red glow in the distance. Under the astonished gazes of Xuan Kingzi and the middle-aged scholar, the firebird exploded, and a ball of tricolored light appeared among the yellow and red glow. The gold and silver runes swirled, and the tricolored light vanished. The yellow and red glow immediately expanded, with strands of gold and silver flames appearing. The previously overpowered glow now suppressed the black light, pushing it back towards the giant wolf's head. Seeing this, silver-winged Yaksha, Lin Yinping, and the others, both humans and demons, were not too surprised, having seen Han Li use the Triflame fan before. However, the thousand-year corpse bear glanced at Han Li with a hint of curiosity. Xuan Kingzi and Zhenren Qi Miao were overjoyed. Though they didn't know what kind of Lingbao replica Han Li's Triflame fan was, its power was clearly no less than the mountain flattening seal and the scarlet resonance drum. Without hesitation, they poured more spiritual power into their treasures, making the yellow and red glow surge further. They were ready to seize this rare opportunity to eliminate the ancient demon saint's split soul with the combined power of the three treasures. After using the fan, Han Li's face turned pale. He quickly retrieved a green glowing jade bottle from his sleeve and poured a drop of spiritual liquid into his mouth. His depleted spiritual power was instantly replenished. Just as he finished, a piercing wolf howl echoed, causing Han Li to look up. On the altar, the giant wolf was suddenly enveloped in a dazzling black light, and the howl came from within. No one could see what was happening inside. Even with his clear vision technique, Han Li couldn't penetrate the black light, causing him to frown. Suddenly, Han Li sensed something flash within the black light. His silver protective barrier flickered, and a burst of cold light shattered it, something impossibly striking at him. He had no time to react. Not good. Han Li's heart sank as he instinctively tried to dodge, but a crisp, shattering sound reached his ears, followed by two muffled thuds. Han Li's body trembled as he was sent flying. Huh! A surprised voice came from the black light on the altar, followed by a cold snort and another flash. Master, beware, it's the Sky Wolf drill. Silver Moon's alarmed voice echoed in Han Li's mind. Almost simultaneously, a figure flashed in front of Han Li. With several muffled thuds, the figure staggered back several steps. It was the humanoid puppet that had been hidden nearby. The puppet's blue robe now had two strange short blades protruding from its chest and abdomen. After being struck and sent flying 7 or 8 zhang away, Han Li felt intense pain in his lower abdomen. Shocked and angry, he gathered his inner mana and finally managed to steady himself. But when he looked down at his body, he couldn't help but gasp. The silver light shield formed by the primordial astral shield and the azure protective aura had both been pierced with a fist-sized hole. His robe was torn at the lower abdomen, and the golden and silver armor formed by the devouring gold bugs was also penetrated, revealing the innermost black inner armor. The inner armor had a several-inch-long tear, with a silver blade inserted, slightly penetrating his abdomen. A flash of green appeared on Han Li's face, and with a low shout, his entire body emitted a faint golden glow. The strange blade seemed to be struck by a great force, bouncing out with a swoosh and shooting into the sky. With a shake of his body and a quick move of his arm, Han Li grabbed the strange blade, finally seeing its true form. It was about half a foot long, slightly curved, like an extremely sharp crescent moon blade. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a sharp claw from a wolf's paw. Han Li's heart skipped a beat as he quickly examined the wound on his abdomen. The wound was 2 to 3 inches deep, but no blood flowed out. Instead, the exposed flesh was unusually crystalline, faintly mixed with gold threads. This was the effect of the first layer of the Bright King technique, making his body almost as tough as refined iron. Otherwise, even with so many layers of protection, this strike would have penetrated his dantian, leaving him incapacitated. The so-called Sky Wolf drill was truly terrifying. Shocked, Hanley looked up at his humanoid puppet. The puppet, struck by two more giant wolf claws, had its multicolored light flickering, the claws deeply embedded yet seemingly unharmed. Seeing this, Hanley felt relieved. It appeared that the puppet body refined with gang silver, and 5 elements jade was indeed not easily destroyed. The ancient demon saint ancestor within the black light was equally shocked that his supposedly sure-kill attack had failed repeatedly. To know the Sky Wolf drill was one of the most powerful abilities of this silver wolf. Each use required sacrificing a silver claw, each painstakingly cultivated over countless years by the silver wolf, powerful enough to be feared even by deity transformation stage cultivators. Of course, now it was driven by the split soul of the Yuan Sha saint ancestor, its power naturally reduced. But even so, 3 strikes in a row were endured by a mid-nascent soul cultivator, leaving the ancient demon saint ancestor stunned. At this moment, after the black light on the altar receded, the giant wolf's massive body vanished without a trace, revealing a slender figure, the black-robed woman that the giant wolf had transformed into. However, she was no longer in black robes, but was enveloped in a layer of sinister black armor. This armor was shiny black, with a double-horned ghost head engraved on the front and several inch-long black spikes protruding from the shoulders and limbs, exuding a chilling aura. The black-robed woman coldly glanced at Hanley. "What is this?" Hanley gasped. "This is the true demon armor of the ancient demons. As long as they possess a demonized body, ancient demons can condense a large amount of true demon energy into this armor. Not only does it have strong defensive capabilities, but it also enhances their abilities. During the ancient wars, both the demon and human cultivators suffered greatly from this armor. Fortunately, only some ancient demons have this ability. Otherwise, the outcome of the war would have been uncertain." Silver Moon explained gravely. "You remember this too." Hanley was somewhat surprised. Then, with a thought, he had the humanoid puppet behind him move and pull out the 2 silver claws embedded in its body, storing them away. The wounds on the puppet started to heal, while the devouring gold bug armor on Hanley's abdomen wriggled and restored itself. As for the silver light shield, Hanley retracted it, transforming it back into a small silver shield in front of him. "I don't know why, but it seems like my previous memories are gradually awakening. Things that were once vague are now becoming clear, and I'm gaining new knowledge," Silver Moon replied with a wry smile. Hanley's eyes flickered with thought as he remained silent. The humanoid puppet stood beside him, ready. The black-robed woman then shifted her gaze from Hanley to the black light above, which was on the verge of collapsing under the pressure of the 3 treasures. With a strange look, she started chanting and flicked her fingers, sending 10 thin black threads into the stone tablet embedded with the dragon transformation seal. The tablet glowed with black light and hummed loudly. The stone pillars around the altar shook even more violently in response. The black-armored woman's face turned fierce, her hair standing on end, her expression becoming extremely sinister. The altar trembled, and parts of its surface began to crack, releasing countless streams of black demon energy. Seeing this, the black-armored woman showed a crazed look, laughing wildly. She pointed upward and shouted, "Break." The sharp sound resonated, and the black energy rising from the altar intertwined, forming a huge black demon statue. The statue was as tall as a pavilion, voluptuous, and clad in armor identical to the woman's, except the head was a beautiful woman with delicate horns, her eyes closed. Yuan Sha Saint Ancestor. The corpse bear protecting Hua Tianqi in midair cried out in shock. Han Li and the others were equally astonished. At that moment, the giant demon statue opened its eyes, which sparkled like two purple stars in the endless night sky. Just then, the black light above the statue finally succumbed to the combined power of the three treasures, shattering into countless fragments that fell like rain. Without resistance, the yellow and red light surged down, forming a huge light curtain over the altar, its momentum overwhelming. Sensing the anomaly, the demon statue glanced coldly at the descending yellow and red light, then casually raised a hand and slapped the air. With a loud boom, a massive black demon claw appeared, tearing through the yellow-red light curtain, creating 5 huge black claw marks. With a grip, the mountain-flattening seal and scarlet resonance drum were caught between the claws. In the next moment, the yellow and red light vanished like a dream. Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight. The demon statue looked at the 2 treasures in its hand, and with a flash of purple light, an unfamiliar woman's voice, cold and somewhat puzzled, emerged. This is the human world. In the sky, Hua Tianqi, with a silver wolf head emerging from his back, seemed ready to leap out. But the wolf head retracted in shock upon seeing the demon statue. Hua Tianqi trembled, opened his eyes, and screamed in terror. The transspatial divine sense technique. This is the true divine sense of the Yuan Sha Saint Ancestor. This exclamation caused all the cultivators to change their expressions drastically. Xuan Qingzi and Zhenren Qi Miao turned pale as the demon statue crushed the 2 treasures, reducing them to powder. The demon statue ignored the people in the sky, stretching its arms and slowly turning to the black-armored woman below. The woman, expressionless, met its gaze. After a moment, the statue spoke. "Not bad, you're still alive. It wasn't in vain that I went a great lengths to send you to the human world. But summoning me for these ants seems wasteful. You know this is the 3rd time you've summoned me. This time, the soul imprint I planted in your divine sense will disappear completely. The true demon energy consumed could have directly refined a group of our saint ancestors. You are me, and I am you. If there were another way, I wouldn't resort to this. Without the true demon energy leaking from beneath this altar, I couldn't have summoned you," the black-armored woman coldly replied. "I see. No wonder it was so difficult to manifest this time. It wasn't your own demon energy summoning me across realms. It seems I must act quickly. Who knows how long this demon energy will sustain my manifestation, the giant demon said, looking at the continuous flow of black demon energy from the altar into its legs. Then it looked up at everyone. All the humans and demons shivered under the statue's icy purple gaze, some even retreating silently. The statue's lips twitched, then it raised a hand, pointing a massive finger in a certain direction and flicking. With a sharp sound, something disappeared in a flash. The lionbird beast battling the giant eagle demon suddenly let out a shrill scream, its body swelling and exploding in a mysterious self-detonation. This scene made the silver-winged yaksha, who was entangled with another demonic creature nearby, shudder in fear. Without thinking much, it flapped its wings and used the wind evasion technique, disappearing in a gust of wind. The demonic statue let out a cold snort, and without hesitation, grabbed at the space where the silver-winged yaksha had disappeared. With a loud explosion, a giant demonic claw, about 10 feet wide and glowing with a dark light, appeared in the air and lightly scooped downward. A ball of green light exploded in the demonic claw, easily breaking the wind evasion technique. The silver-winged yaksha's figure appeared within the claw, but it was bound by a faint black aura that immobilized its wings and body. In a fit of rage and desperation, the silver-winged yaksha let out a piercing scream. Countless gray threads shot out from its body, exploding upon release. Amid the flashing gray light and deafening explosions, the demonic claw closed its 5 fingers, and with a flash of black light, the gray light and explosions were extinguished like they had met their nemesis. The silver-winged yaksha's body was engulfed in black demonic flames, turning it into a pile of ashes in an instant, without even giving its primordial spirit a chance to escape. The demonic claw then disappeared into thin air. In quick succession, 2 demonic creatures, equivalent to the late nascent soul stage, were effortlessly killed by the demonic statue. Any remaining doubt in the others' minds vanished completely. Even if this demonic statue was not truly the manifestation of the will of the Yuancha saint ancestor, it was certainly an ancient demon saint from the ancient demon realm, which was beyond their capability to resist. Fearful, everyone scattered, not daring to stay any longer. They either hid or fled, afraid of being targeted by the demonic statue next. Hanley also didn't dare to remain. With a rumble of thunder, he transformed into a silver arc and fled. However, as soon as he appeared 20 feet away, a panicked female voice reached his ears. "Where is Zueling? Release her and let me merge with her to form Linglong. It's the only hope we have to survive," transmitted the voice of the demoness Long Meng, who had possessed Hua Tianqi. It seemed that the appearance of the demonic statue had even caused this previously confident demoness to panic. "Merge." Hanley was shocked and hesitated. But just then, the demonic statue's gaze shifted and fell on the distant lynxy peacock. It uttered a surprised sound. "Ah, a lynxy peacock with 5-colored divine light. I didn't expect such a rare spiritual bird to exist in the human world. Perfect. I happen to need this divine light. The demonic statue murmured to itself, pointing at the ancient peacock possessed by the young man surnamed Su. Startled, the young man drove the peacock into a beam of light to flee, while forcibly channeling his true essence into the peacock. With a muffled sound, the five-colored divine light turned into a thick protective barrier around the peacock, dazzling like the sun. The demonic statue smirked, and with a flick of its finger and a casual grab, caused a loud explosion. The barrier caved in, and the peacock was sent flying. Before it could stabilize, a giant demonic claw appeared in the air, grabbing the lynxy peacock. Brother Su, Lin Yinping's face turned pale with fright. But under the demonic flames enveloping the claw, the five-colored barrier barely held on. The demonic statue's eyes flashed with killing intent. The claw's fingers tightened, crushing the barrier like dough. With a mournful cry, the barrier shattered. No, the young man surnamed Su screamed in terror, but the peacock's body was crushed into pieces by the claw. With a swoosh, the young man's nascent soul managed to escape, reappearing 20 feet away. However, the demonic statue seemed to have anticipated his exact location. A finger flicked in that direction. This time, the young man's nascent soul exploded without even a chance to scream. A grandmaster of the heavenly land prairie was thus wiped out from existence. Seeing this, even the elders of the number 1 sect, profound green sect, showed signs of panic. The demonic statue's power was overwhelming. Under its might, they had no ability to resist. If this continued, they would be annihilated in no time. Han Li's face turned pale, but his eyes remained calm, with a hint of coldness. What are you waiting for? If you don't release Zueling, it will be too late. Only by merging with Long Meng can we have a chance to survive. Don't worry, we won't disappear. We will separate again after some time. The demoness Long Meng urgently urged Han Li to release Silvermoon. Han Li's face was grim, but he remained silent. Fine, I agree. I will go, Silvermoon suddenly replied in Han Li's mind. Silvermoon, what are you saying? How do you know you'll truly recover after merging? And now your spiritual power is far weaker than hers. Merging will make you subordinate to her, Han Li shouted without thinking. Master, there's no time to argue. If Long Meng and I don't merge, we'll be in mortal danger. Better to take the risk, Silvermoon said calmly. A white fox shot out from Han Li's sleeve, heading toward Hua Tianqi. Hua Tianqi, delighted, flew to meet it. Han Li stood still, his face dark, but he said nothing more, acknowledging that Silvermoon was right. Meanwhile, the lynxy peacock's primordial spirit tried to escape with its demonic core. But before it could, it was enveloped by a black aura and obliterated. The peacock's corpse was incinerated by demonic flames, leaving behind a fragment of 5-colored divine light. This light was as tangible as crystal. The demonic claw grasped it and vanished. The next moment, the claw reappeared above the demonic statue, holding the light. The demonic statue looked at the light with a hint of joy. Opening its mouth, it exhaled a thick, black demonic wind. The five-colored light condensed and shrank in the wind, transforming into a thumb-sized, five-colored pearl. The demonic statue grabbed the pearl and tossed it to the black-armored woman behind it, saying, "This pearl is useful to me. Find a chance to send it back to the ancient demon realm. Don't lose it." The black-armored woman showed a fleeting look of surprise, but quickly took the pearl. After a brief glance, she made it disappear with a flash of black light, concealing it somewhere unknown. Having done this, the demonic statue's gaze fell on Han Li, who was surrounded by faint silver arcs, and a cruel smile appeared on its delicate face. It raised its finger and pointed at Han Li again. Han Li's heart sank. With a thought, his humanoid puppet appeared in front of him, holding the Yuan shield. The puppet created a dazzling silver barrier around them, while its other hand performed a spell, causing multicolored lights to flash on its body. Han Li himself quickly took out the three-flame fan with one hand and pointed to the giant sword hovering above with the other. The giant sword disassembled into hundreds of golden lights that circled the silver barrier, forming a golden lotus that radiated dazzling light. Within the lotus petals, thunder roared and golden arcs crackled. Han Li chanted an incantation, and a golden light appeared around him, his skin taking on a faint golden hue. He had activated the protective power of the Vajra barrier and the Ming Wang mantra to transform himself into a Vajra body. These actions were completed in a blink of an eye, but even so, Han Li felt no relief. He knew these seemingly impregnable defenses could be shattered by a casual attack from the demonic statue. Because his greatest reliance against the attack was still the two restless items within his body. Han Li thought with a solemn expression. Thunder of exorcism. The demonic statue's purple eyes flashed with slight surprise at the golden arcs on the lotus, but didn't pause as it pointed at Han Li twice. With two crisp sounds, the first impact caused the golden lotus, formed by the azure bamboo cloud-splitting sword, to crack. The silver barrier caved in and shattered, ultimately striking the golden light barrier. The golden light flickered a few times, and after a pause, shattered with a crisp sound. In that instant, Han Li's eyes flashed with blue light, finally seeing the object approaching him. His face showed disbelief as he waved the three-flame fan to meet it. Breaking through the golden light shield, what appeared was a small, pea-sized milky white pearl, crystalline and transparent. It turned out to be the Yuancha saint ancestors' compressed divine sense, solidified into an object. The sheer amount of divine sense required to achieve this was unimaginable. No wonder even a slight touch from this demonic figure was enough to render a level 10 beast or a late-stage cultivator defenseless. Han Li was terrified, but the three-flame fan in his hand emitted a tricolored glow, and the flames converged to form a fire shield in front of him. This shield, adorned with gold, silver, and red runes, appeared extremely mysterious. Without further thought, Han Li opened his mouth, spitting out a small cauldron wrapped in a blue light. Almost simultaneously, the golden light shield completely shattered. The milky white pearl, flashing after the fire shield, collided with it. With a booming sound, the fire shield was instantly destroyed, and the three-colored flames seemed ineffective against the pearl, which then plunged into the blue light. The small cauldron within the blue light trembled, releasing countless blue threads that formed a net. The pearl, upon entering, was forcibly halted amidst the flashing blue light. Han Li was overjoyed, but the demonic figure was momentarily stunned, its purple eyes fixated on the small cauldron. Xuanji and the corpse bear were stunned. They had thought Han Li would meet the same explosive fate as the silver-winged yaksha. Xuanji even had a pale yellow boundary-breaking talisman in his hand, ready to attempt breaking through the spatial barrier to escape. However, he hesitated, fearing it would attract the demonic figure's attack. Meanwhile, the small fox transformed from Silvermoon had reached Huetianki, and a flash of silver light shot out from its body, merging into Huetianki. Huetianki trembled, immobilized in midair. Interesting, you managed to block my divine sense attack. Let me see what treasure that is, the demonic figure said indifferently, before making a grasping motion towards Han Li. A loud sound was heard as a massive, dark palm appeared above Han Li, pressing down silently. Han Li felt a chill, and the thunder roared behind him as he attempted to use the thunder evasion technique to escape. However, as soon as the silver light appeared behind him, he felt the air around him solidify, black energy emerging on his body, preventing his thunder wings from moving. Han Li was shocked, realizing why the previously escape-savvy demons couldn't escape. With no other options, he urged his divine sense, and the small cauldron released dense blue threads to meet the incoming black hand. Simultaneously, his humanoid puppet raised its hand, unleashing a green light surrounded by golden arcs towards the black hand. Despite the small cauldron's tough blue threads, they could only stall the demonic hand for a moment before breaking. The green light pierced a hole several feet wide in the demonic hand, but the black light flickered, and the hole vanished. The demonic hand, indifferent, continued descending, grabbing Han Li and squeezing. With a bang, Han Li's body exploded in a flash of blue light. The demonic figure, satisfied, loosened its grip and reached for the small cauldron. But suddenly, thunder roared and a silver arc flashed, teleporting away from the demonic hand, revealing Han Li several dozen feet away, looking pale and exhausted. The corpse under the demonic hand flashed blue, transforming into a cyan talisman that rolled up the small cauldron and disappeared, reappearing above Han Li's head. The talisman, dimmed, was the transforming spirit talisman Han Li obtained from the talisman sect. Though Han Li had refined it for several years, it was not fully mastered. However, with the help of a spirit-lowering talisman and his wood attribute, he managed to activate its power, using it as a substitute to avoid the demonic hand's grasp. This scene left everyone stunned. The demonic figure, however, merely sneered and lifted its hand again, curling its fingers. Han Li felt despair, having exhausted his treasures and with no confidence in surviving another attack. Desperately, he poured his remaining power into the small cauldron, making it grow large to block the way, while golden arcs and purple flames surrounded him as protection. The humanoid puppet transformed into a colorful light shield, standing before him. The demonic figure, seeing Han Li's actions, showed contempt and flicked its fingers. At that moment, silver beams flashed, and white light exploded, breaking the divine sense attack. The demonic figure hesitated. A graceful figure appeared between the demonic figure and Han Li, with silver hair and pointed ears, coldly staring at the demonic figure. It was a woman in a white dress with pointed ears. "You are." The demonic figure looked at the newcomer with surprise. "Silver Moon," Han Li exclaimed at the sight of her back. The silver-haired woman slowly turned, revealing a cold, beautiful face with bright eyes that seemed both familiar and strange to Han Li. She emotionlessly glanced at Han Li before raising her hand and slashing through the air. Han Li instinctively dodged, and a bright silver light slashed down, cutting through his protective barrier effortlessly. Han Li felt a chill on his shoulder. His face turned pale. "I am the Grand Princess of the Silver Moon clan, Linglong. You know very well what you did to my soul fragment. Call me Silver Moon again, and I'll kill you," she said coldly. Though unhurt, Han Li's expression turned grim. The silver-haired woman ignored Han Li and turned back to the demonic figure. "Silver Moon clan, what's your relationship with that old wolf Aexeo?" The demonic figure surprisingly asked instead of attacking. "Aexeo is my ancestor," the silver-haired woman replied emotionlessly. "You are that old wolf's granddaughter." The demonic figure was taken aback. "You know my ancestor." Linglong's expression changed slightly. "I wouldn't say I know him, but we fought twice during my expedition to the spirit realm. I have some respect for his howling moon technique," the demonic figure replied slowly. Linglong raised her brows but remained silent. "Since you are his descendant, I won't bully you. You can leave, and I won't stop you. But swear by your grandfather's name that you won't interfere with my plans in this realm," the demonic figure said, showing evident wariness of ancestor Aexeo. "Let me go. Yuancha Saint Ancestor, you're too arrogant. If your full divine sense descended, I might leave. But with just 1/10 of your power, why should I?" Linglong sneered. The demonic figure's face darkened. "A mere late-stage transformation cultivator without a body dares to speak so arrogantly. Even with 1/10 of my power, killing you is easy. You won't leave today. I'll destroy you completely," the demonic figure said, enraged. It no longer hesitated, making a grasping motion towards Linglong. The 5 fingers emitted a hissing sound, shooting countless crystalline beams towards her, filling the space with dazzling light. Linglong, without a word, spat out a small black disk from her lips. Though black, the disk glowed with starlight, appearing extremely mysterious. The beams, upon nearing, were absorbed by the disk, as if drawn by an invisible force, leaving the space clear. The revering star disk, the demonic figure exclaimed in shock. Far away, the corpse bear's eyes gleamed with a strange look at the disk, while Xuanji and others, stunned by Linglong's appearance, showed greed at the mention of the revering star disk. You and the 4 great demon kings are related. Only they and the 3 human emperors have the revering star disk. The demonic figure shouted after recovering from the shock. Do you think I would answer? The silver-haired woman pointed a finger and stopped the disk in front of her, speaking indifferently. Since you're from the demon race, you have nothing to do with the 3 sovereigns of humanity. The 7 great demon kings have joined forces many times in the past to invade our ancient demon realm, killing countless of our holy clan. Since you're connected to them, there's no need for me to give Ao Zio any face. I can simply kill you to settle this, the demon statue said with a murderous expression. Then it rubbed its hands together, releasing a burst of overwhelming spiritual pressure that swept in all directions. The once unclear body of the demon statue became instantly distinct. Beams of crystalline light shot out from the demon statue's hands, not towards the silver-haired woman, but instead coiling around itself with a hiss. In the blink of an eye, the demon statue transformed from a mass of black mist into a tall, crystalline giant, though its eyes still glowed with an intimidating purple light. Don't think that with just a reversal star plate you can act recklessly in front of this saint ancestor. Let's see if you can withstand this strike of mine. The giant's mouth emitted a cold voice. It raised one hand, and crystalline light swirled in its palm, as if something was about to be unleashed. Upon seeing this, the silver-haired woman Linglong did not panic. Instead, she smiled lightly, as if the cold winter had melted and flowers bloomed, her demeanor completely different from the previous icy demeanor, as if she were a different person. Do you think you still have time to remain in this realm? What do you mean? The crystalline giant's purple eyes flashed, showing a moment of confusion. At that moment, several of the originally flickering stone pillars surrounding the altar suddenly dimmed, losing their light. The massive formation that was being activated stopped immediately, and the continuous supply of black demonic energy from the altar to the demon statue abruptly ceased. Seeing this, the crystalline giant's face showed an expression of shock and anger. Having used its divine sense to crystallize its demon body, it had already exhausted its true demonic energy. Now, with the last supply of demonic energy cut off, the consequences were obvious. It let out a loud roar, and the light in its raised palm flashed, shooting out a crystalline beam as thick as a bowl. But before the beam could fully shoot out, the crystallized body of the Yuanxia saint ancestor shattered inch by inch after a few unwilling roars, and the divine sense contained within dissipated instantly without the support of a body, disappearing completely from the world. The half-shot crystalline beam, however, disappeared in a flash, heading straight for the silver-haired woman. The woman, prepared, swiftly raised her hand, and a silver spell struck the disc in front of her. The disc rapidly expanded to 10 feet in size, and starlight flickered wildly. The half-shot beam was absorbed into it, but clearly this attack was extraordinary. Even though it was incomplete, it caused the reversal star plate to hum and shake, and then shoot backward. Linglong's face changed, as this was unexpected. Without thinking, she waved her hand, emitting a silver light that lightly struck the back of the flying disc. The disc only paused briefly before starlight burst forth, and the half-shot beam impossibly emerged from the back of the disc, striking Linglong's abdomen. The silver-haired woman had not anticipated this. In shock, she emitted a silver light from her body, but the beam pierced through her body without hindrance. She let out a muffled groan, staggered, and her face showed pain. But she quickly placed a hand, shining with silver light, over the wound, making it impossible to see the extent of her injury. The woman's body, usually reliant on strong divine sense to remain intact, was impervious to ordinary attacks. But the crystalline beam, composed of even greater divine sense, caused significant damage, which was not surprising. The dazzling series of events left everyone stunned. Xuanji and the others, seeing the demon statue defeated, were overjoyed. In contrast, the black-armored woman, a split soul of the Yuanxia saint ancestor, found it hard to believe what had just happened. She had painstakingly summoned her main body's divine sense, only to see it defeated so easily. And how had the seemingly indestructible stone pillars failed without being attacked? Angry and confused, the black-armored woman scanned the base of the destroyed pillars, and her expression changed. She suddenly reached out and grabbed one of the stone pillars. The seemingly intact pillar rose with a rumble, then fell heavily to the ground. Xuanji and the others, seeing the black-armored woman's strange actions, looked as well. The end of the pillar that had been in the ground was jagged and uneven, clearly gnawed off by something. The black-armored woman's face darkened, and she punched the ground fiercely. With a thunderous explosion, a deep pit appeared, and amidst the flying debris, a few golden specks shot out in all directions. The woman grabbed in the air with her other hand, and one of the golden specks changed direction and flew into her hand. Glancing at the golden beetle in her hand, the woman exclaimed in surprise, "Gold-eating insect, so you had these hidden underground." The black-armored woman turned her head, glaring angrily at the pale-faced Linglong in the distance. The silver-haired woman, however, only sneered. The silver light covering her abdomen dissipated, and she withdrew her hand. The hole that had been there was gone. The reversal star plate. Could it be the legendary treasure that can traverse realms and offset most of the boundary forces? Xuanji stared at the disc without shifting his gaze and suddenly spoke. "Taoist Xuanji, what do you mean by this? Do you still harbor some wild thoughts?" The 1,000-year-old corpse bear, with a blood-colored blade floating in front of it, spoke eerily. "Ha-ha, bear Taoist, you jest. With the demon still at hand, how could we entertain such thoughts? Our true enemy is the demon before us. Summoning its main body's divine sense must have consumed much of its demonic energy, and with the formation destroyed, now is the perfect time to kill this demon. Friends, let's act together. Genren Camille laughed heartily, his gaze fixed on the black-armored woman. The black-armored woman, a split soul of the Yuantia saint ancestor, suddenly laughed coldly upon hearing this. Demon, what's so funny? With the saint ancestor's main body's divine sense no longer here, do you think you can still contend with us? Xuanzhi's face turned stern, and he shouted. He, if you really thought that, you would have attacked already instead of making noise. Though my situation is dire, you are not much better off. Not only have your treasures been destroyed, but your magical powers are also nearly depleted. And do you think that by destroying a few pillars, this formation is useless? The black-armored woman spoke cryptically, then suddenly moved in front of the stone tablet, grabbing the dragon seal embedded in it with her hand. The stone tablet, which had returned to calm after the pillars were destroyed, flashed with black light and trembled again. Simultaneously, several black gas columns suddenly emerged from the destroyed pillars' locations, buzzing loudly. The other pillars also began to flicker again. The entire formation seemed about to reactivate. This is bad. Stop the demon quickly. Xuanzhi's expression changed dramatically upon seeing this. Without thinking, he swung his heavenly A sword, sending several deep yellow sword energies slashing toward the altar, while his light beam shot forward. The corpse bear and Genren Camille also did not hesitate, sending a wave of blood light and 7 spiritual lights hurtling toward the altar. Gui Ling swung his giant axe, sending several car wheel-sized silver beams flying out. Even Lin Yinping flicked her sleeves, sending a pair of crescent red blades, transforming into 2 fire lights, slashing toward the altar. It seemed that after the demon statue's slaughter, all the cultivators had united against the common enemy, fearing the demon might release its seal and summon another dreadful entity. The experience of being helpless and at the mercy of the demon was not one they wished to repeat. The 2 eagle-winged demon avatars also pounced toward the group. The area near the altar erupted into chaos, with demonic energy swirling and spiritual lights flashing, as a fierce battle resumed. Yet at this moment, 2 figures remained unmoved, standing a mere dozen meters apart, facing each other. What did you say? Han Li's heart sank upon hearing the unexpected message. I said, lend me your void heaven cauldron. The silver-haired woman spoke calmly, her gaze fixed on Han Li. Why should I? Han Li's eyes narrowed, and he snorted coldly. The silver-haired woman, though possessing some of Silver Moon's memories, had become a stranger to him, and he was naturally very cautious. Why? To use the Tianlin holy beast's split soul inside the cauldron. The so-called Tianlin holy beast is a well-known figure in the spirit realm. Its split soul would serve as a temporary body for me. Otherwise, relying on my current divine sense body and human form, I would be at a disadvantage fighting my silver wolf form. The silver-haired woman glanced at Xuanzhi and the others, her tone indifferent. No, Contrary to the Linglong immortal's expectations, Han Li's eyes flashed, and he refused outright. "What did you say?" The silver-haired woman's bright eyes turned cold, revealing killing intent. "Since the Yuantia saint ancestors' main body's divine sense is no longer here, I don't see why we need to go to such lengths." Han Li stared at her and replied unkindly. "Do you want to die?" Linglong, hearing Han Li's words, laughed in anger, raising her slender fingers. A crystalline light extended an inch from her fingertips, flickering as if it could shoot out at any moment. Upon seeing the demonic entity, the silver-haired woman's expression changed. The crystalline light in her hand vanished as she sternly shouted at Han Li. "It has forcefully elevated its demonic power to the extreme. If you don't lend me the cauldron, none of us can withstand this demon." Just as Linglong finished speaking, there was a roar from within the fog. A thick, dark beam shot out, aimed directly at Elder Xuankingzi. The elder was startled and quickly swung his ancient sword, creating a swirl of yellow sword energy to block the attack. However, the demonic energy surged violently, and a massive three-headed demonic shadow suddenly rushed out of the mist and disappeared. As Xuankingzi hesitated, the demonic shadow reappeared above him without a sound. Despite his extensive battle experience, the elder immediately sensed the danger. He swung his ancient sword backward and transformed into a streak of light to escape. The demonic heads on either side of the main head let out sinister laughs. Two dark beams shot from their mouths, shattering the sword energy and catching up to Xuankingzi's fleeing light, engulfing him completely. The protective shield formed by an 8 trigrams mirror, and a jade pendant dissolved instantly in the dark beam, offering no resistance. In a panic, the elder swung his sword to create a dazzling shield of sword light around him. However, the black beam exploded, the yellow light flickered a few times before disappearing, and a cry of agony from the elder was abruptly silenced. After the dark beam dissipated, there was nothing left. The elder's body and treasures had been completely vaporized. The others were stunned. After such a prolonged battle, the elder had remained unscathed, only to be killed so swiftly. The abrupt shift was shocking. Everyone inhaled sharply, realizing the true form of the demonic entity, the black-armored woman. Now she stood 3 to 4 meters tall. Her central head remained that of the woman, while the two side heads had transformed into enormous, menacing wolf heads. Her body was mostly covered in dark armor, with her exposed limbs covered in black fur. Her 6 arms, lined with black-green scales, ended in sharp, clawed fingers. Despite the shock of the elder's sudden death and the demon's terrifying transformation, the others noticed the demon's evident weakness. Her central head was pale, and the purple glow in her eyes had dimmed. The 2 eagle-winged demonic avatars had vanished, likely due to the demon's transformation depleting her energy. The corpse bear and the middle-aged scholar glanced at each other and immediately resumed their attack, determined not to be picked off one by one. In an instant, blood light, Silver beams and red light surged toward the demon, not allowing her a moment to breathe. The three-headed demon seemed too exhausted to launch another powerful attack. She could only spew black gas and wave her 6 arms defensively. Something's wrong. The silver-haired woman's face suddenly changed. She blurred and disappeared, reappearing above the fog-covered altar. After a moment of observation, she dived into the fog, protected by a crystalline light. Han Li was momentarily stunned. He had firmly refused the woman's request, confident that she would not attack him. He had tested his connection with his life-bound flying swords and could still sense the artifact spirit. Despite the woman's integration with Silver Moon's soul, the situation remained unchanged. Although he could not control her, she would not dare harm him, fearing unpredictable consequences due to their shared soul bond. Seeing the silver-haired woman dive into the fog, Han Li was puzzled. His clear spirit eyes could not penetrate the fog to see what was happening. Frowning, he observed the struggling three-headed demon and the flickering stone pillars. The altar's black fog had not increased. He had an idea and quickly rubbed his hands together, releasing several arcs of golden lightning toward the dark pillars. The lightning struck the pillars, shattering them instantly. The black fog columns dissipated as if they were mere illusions. Han Li and the others were shocked. Almost simultaneously, the silver-haired woman's icy voice rang out from the altar. "Yuensha, Saint Ancestor, your true body is indeed here. My celestial wheel transformation art is impressive, isn't it? This person had great potential. It was worth using a secret technique to send him into the seal. Though the time to infuse him with true demonic energy was short, he has nearly achieved the form of a wheel of war demon. Wearing my demonic armor and merging with my avatar, his full-strength attack rivals that of a nascent soul stage cultivator. If only the demonic energy in the armor were unlimited, he alone could annihilate you all." The black-armored woman's proud voice echoed. Hearing this, those attacking the three-headed demon, including Zhenren Kameo and Gui Ling, were stunned. At that moment, the three-headed demon's appearance changed. The central head became a horned man's face, clearly the missing big-headed man. The side heads transformed into those of the eagle-winged demonic avatars, merging into a single entity. Even seasoned cultivators like Zhenren Kameo were shocked by this horrifying transformation, slowing their attacks. The demon, revealing its true form, let out a fierce roar. Its black armor expanded, covering its entire body, including its 3 heads. 6 weapons, 2 black swords, 2 black spears, and 2 black blades appeared in its hands. With a cold snort, the demon charged at Zhenren Kameo and the others. At the same time, muffled explosions came from the fog. The entire altar shook violently. "Yuensha, Saint Ancestor, what are you doing?" The silver-haired woman's angry voice echoed from the fog. "Why wouldn't I dare? Destroying the seal fulfills my mission. Without interference from the spirit realm, this world cannot contain true demonic energy. It will inevitably become part of our ancient demon realm. The black-armored woman's mocking voice was heard, followed by the demonic energy rapidly condensing around her. In a few breaths, the demonic energy had gathered into a black sphere the size of a head in the black-armored woman's hand. The sphere pulsed with black light, containing flashes of 5-colored spiritual light. Seeing this, Han Li recalled the 5-colored spiritual light extracted from the lynxy peacock. Could it be related to this? The black-armored woman, enveloped in swirling demonic energy, chanted an incantation, her form mirroring the demonic statue from before. At this moment, Linglong hovered beside the altar, looking skyward in anger. Han Li followed her gaze and saw a massive black sphere in the sky. It had transformed into a black wind sphere, with countless black vortices rotating within, mesmerizing anyone who looked at it. 2 black spheres, one large and one small, appeared ominously above and below. Han Li sensed impending danger. Even without knowing the black-armored woman's plan, the terrifying amount of demonic energy and spiritual power in the spheres was alarming. They must be stopped. Han Li decided quickly. He signaled a humanoid puppet to shoot a deep black beam at the large wind sphere in the sky. The object that shot out was none other than the flying knife forged from black essence diamond. This flying knife was the fastest among all of Han Li's magical treasures. As soon as it was released, it fiercely embedded itself into the wind sphere. It was as if a drop of cold water had been dropped into a boiling oil pot. The moment the flying knife flashed into the wind sphere, the sphere suddenly came to life. The black vortex inside it trembled violently, deforming as it emitted a rumbling sound. The surface of the sphere began to undulate irregularly, and the nearby chaotic spiritual pressure was like an imminent volcanic eruption, ready to explode at any moment. This scene abruptly cut off the triumphant laughter of the black-armored woman, while the silver-haired woman, after a brief thought, seemed to recall something, and, with a look of joy, let out a sigh of relief. Impossible! How could a single flying knife stir the black wind banner? The black-armored woman exclaimed in disbelief. But seeing the wind sphere above her head about to explode, she could no longer wait. She formed a hand seal and pointed lightly at the black sphere floating above her hand. With a faint puff sound, the sphere trembled slightly and then emitted a black light beam that shot into the wind sphere. The wind sphere, which had been trembling violently, instantly calmed down. Han Li's face darkened, and his humanoid puppet also activated its spell. The black essence flying knife inside the wind sphere began to grow wildly in size, stirring the once quiet wind sphere into instability again. "You seek death," the black-armored woman roared in extreme anger. Without thinking, she made a grasping motion towards Han Li. A massive spiritual pressure instantly descended upon Han Li. Han Li was alarmed and was about to evade when Linglong, floating on the altar, acted first. She gently slapped in Han Li's direction. With a boom, a black demonic claw and a milky white hand collided in midair. exploding and intertwining with black and white light, emitting a piercing sound. Do you think you can easily kill him with me here? The silver-haired woman laughed lightly, her eyes fixed on the black-armored woman. The black-armored woman's face was dark, but she said nothing. She knew that although the silver-haired woman had no physical body and had been injured by her divine sense attack, defeating this formidable enemy would not be easy or quick. I had hoped to wait for a better opportunity, but it seems I can wait no longer, the black-armored woman muttered. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly dispersed like smoke, disappearing without a trace. Ling Long was startled, but her eyes flashed fiercely, and her silver hair shot out, covering a patch of nearby space. Before the silver strands could fall, a mass of black gas surged up from below, transforming into a large, double-headed black wolf. Seeing the countless silver strands, the black wolf's expression changed, but then showed disdain. It shook its body, sending out countless black lights to meet the silver strands. As the two forces collided in midair, creating a sound like clashing weapons, the black wolf took the opportunity to dive into the wind sphere. The wind sphere trembled violently, the roaring sound ceased, and it calmed down both inside and out. Almost simultaneously, Hanley felt through his puppet that the nimble black blade inside the wind sphere suddenly became sluggish, as if trapped in a swamp. Alarmed, Hanley tried to recall the black essence flying knife with his puppet, but a cold snort from the wind sphere severed the connection between the puppet and the knife. This shock was no small matter. Without hesitation, Han Li rubbed his hands together and threw them forward, sending out two massive arcs of golden lightning. At the same time, the numerous flying swords in front of him trembled and erupted with countless arcs of golden lightning, forming a huge golden electric dragon. The dragon, with flickering electric light and emitting low thunderous roars, menacingly charged at the smaller black sphere below. Unlike the massive wind sphere above, this black sphere was purely made of demonic energy. If struck by so much divine lightning, it would instantly dissipate. The silver-haired woman, entangled with the black lights, was surprised to see the electric dragon. Even with her divine sense fused with silver moons, she had never seen such a display of divine lightning. The dragon's power was astonishing. Inside the wind sphere, the double-headed black wolf, which had been binding the black essence flying knife with a gelatinous substance, was also shocked. Its eyes turned red, and it shot out two blood-red beams to meet the electric dragon. The electric dragon and the blood beams collided, causing electric arcs to scatter and a bloody smell to fill the air. Surprisingly, the blood beams managed to hold off the divine lightning. "How dare you harm my true body?" Ling Long was furious at seeing the blood beams. The blood beams were formed from the essence blood of the silver wolf, activated by the divine sense of the holy ancestor, which infuriated Ling Long. "You're about to be obliterated, yet you still care about this body," the black-armored woman sneered weakly from within the wind sphere. Ling Long's anger disappeared, replaced by silence. Don't be arrogant. Your divine sense is merely at the nascent soul stage. Do you really think you can detonate the Black Wind banner? Even if you do, breaking the seal is another matter, Ling Long retorted. You'll find out soon enough. The black-armored woman sneered, beginning her incantation as the wind sphere absorbed all the demonic energy from the black sphere. The wind sphere emitted dazzling black light, and a massive vortex formed inside it, with the double-headed wolf at its center, holding the black wind banner. As the vortex formed, a terrifying spiritual pressure emanated from it, spewing out five-colored light. This light caused the nearby space to warp and twist. Sensing the danger, the 8-spirit ruler transformed back into a green ruler and, with a low hum, flew into the clouds above. Seeing this, Ling Long quickly activated her inverse star plate, forming a protective barrier. The double-headed black wolf showed disdain for her actions, but as the white light filled the vortex, the surrounding space began to distort. Han Li, knowing the danger of spatial rifts, immediately flew towards the edge of the space, signaling to others. Gu Ling and Lin Yinping, who were fighting fiercely, changed expressions and retreated simultaneously. The myriad-year corpse bear and 7 Wonders' true person, having overheard the conversation, also fled. The 3-headed demon, now without opponents, raged and pursued 7 Wonders' true person, engaging him fiercely and preventing his escape. The middle-aged scholar was left in a dire situation. At this moment, the inverse star plate controlled by Ling Long was the first to unleash its power. In the center, a flash of starlight was seen, and countless fist-sized light clusters surged forth, like thousands of stars pouring out. They instantly pierced through the space, leaving behind golden streaks, resembling an inverted waterfall, a reverse flow of the Milky Way, mesmerizing anyone who beheld it. The 2-headed monstrous wolf, situated at the vortex center, completely ignored this attack. It only furiously spurred the black vortex, making it absorb more white light spots, compressing itself even faster. But the next moment, the black wolf was dumbfounded. The golden starlight swept past the top of the vortex without hitting it. An error, ridiculous with divine sense guiding it, such an absurd mistake is impossible, the 2-headed giant wolf thought in surprise, but suddenly sensed something. One of its heads turned around to look, and it was immediately shocked. One head quickly chanted a string of incantations, and the 5-colored light emitted from the vortex swept up, forcibly separating the golden starlight that had flown past. But from Ling Long's mouth came a cold voice. Only now do you realize it's too late. I've already released him. As the words fell, dozens of feet behind the black vortex, a large mass of starlight gathered, and then a figure flickered inside, soon coalescing into form. With a flash, this person floated out of the starlight, suspiciously surveying the surroundings with a crafty look. Han Li, who had just retreated to the edge, looked back and was greatly shocked to see this person. Is it him? How could he be here? Hanley felt a bit confused. The sly old man was none other than Xiang Zhai Li, who had been trapped in the mysterious celestial phenomenon after entering Kunwu Mountain. Back then, the newly formed spirit, supported by the silver wolf body and proficient in various ancient demon and spirit realm secret techniques, had nearly reached the early void refining stage. It had the terrifying power to isolate its spiritual energy through the seal, temporarily sealing Xiang Zhai Li. The mysterious celestial phenomenon was an ancient lost technique, essentially sealing someone in a temporarily formed space rift. This rift couldn't last long, and the caster couldn't enter it themselves. Due to the nature of the space rift, it had many names, such as Immortal Trap or Nightmare Abyss. The actual effect depended on the opponent's and the caster's cultivation levels. Low-level cultivators trapped by high-level ones using this technique were almost certain to suffer. Unless the rift dissipated on its own or a powerful artifact broke the barrier, they were stuck inside until the spell ended. In special situations, the technique wasn't very practical. High-level cultivators had other, less energy-consuming ways to deal with lower-level ones. If low-level cultivators used it on high-level ones, the latter could easily break the barrier with their abilities. Thus, it was more commonly used among cultivators of similar levels, but timing and precision were crucial. To cast this spell, one needed at least a mid-stage nascent soul cultivation. Ling Long, using the power of the inverse star plate, could barely lift the spell. Xiang Zhai Li, unaware of the technique's details, had heard some rumors. While trapped in the celestial phenomenon, he remained still to avoid triggering illusions. He was delighted and confused to suddenly find himself free. Blinking his small eyes, Xiang Zhai Li was still puzzled as he looked around. Meanwhile, the two-headed giant wolf, its eyes flashing with fierceness, didn't hesitate to open both mouths, releasing two black beams onto the black wind banner. The banner trembled and emitted countless black threads, spiraling outwards from the vortex center. The black vortex, initially the size of a foot, contracted rapidly, turning into a black hole about a foot in diameter. The center was pitch black, emitting no light, and the edges expanded and contracted, devouring everything. The nearby twisted space seemed to be sucked in. The scene was terrifying. Only a spiritual treasure with spatial abilities like the Black Wind Banner could create such a phenomenon. Xiang Zhai Li, his attention caught by the black hole's strangeness, turned pale and exclaimed, "No good." He hastily spat out a triangular red arrow, which flashed with golden flames, transforming into a golden fire beast. Covered in armor and horns, it leaped into a golden rainbow, shooting towards the black hole. At the same time, Xiang Zhai Li's seemingly unremarkable robe glowed with purple light, forming a protective barrier. He nervously watched the black hole. Before the fire beast could reach its target, the black hole moved, accompanied by the black-armored woman's laughter. The hole shifted above the altar and exploded. Hanley saw numerous black cracks, thick and thin, appear, emitting a piercing sound as they extended. From a distance, it looked like a shattered giant mirror. Hanley's face turned pale. Was another spatial collapse happening? The eighth layer collapse was due to ancient restrictions and posed no real threat. This was different. The cracks appeared randomly, with black light flashing, indicating instability. Being sucked into one likely meant death unless it led to a stable, small space, which was rare. Watching, Hanley saw the seven wonders true person being cut into pieces by several thick cracks. His remains and escaping nascent soul were consumed by a larger crack, vanishing without a trace. Hanley, surrounded by several cracks from all directions, couldn't evade. Hearing a scream, possibly from Gui Ling, he had no time to investigate. He bit his lip and flew towards a narrow crack, his void sky cauldron preceding him. Desperately, Hanley gambled on the cauldron's ability to withstand the crack. To his relief, the cauldron's azure light stopped the crack. Without hesitation, Hanley bypassed the crack, seeing his previous location cut into a blackened mess by multiple cracks, making him break into a cold sweat. The cracks trembled, black light surging, causing Hanley's face to darken again. But then the cracks shrank, as if time reversed, retracting until they vanished, leaving Hanley momentarily stunned. Hanley relaxed, remembering the scream, and quickly looked towards Gui Ling's location. Everything was as before, except Gui Ling was gone. Hanley, sensing with his divine sense, confirmed her life token had vanished. Gui Ling had indeed been consumed by the crack. With a sigh, Hanley scanned the space. Lin Yinping and the corpse bear were unharmed. The bear was enveloped in a blood-red light, calm, while Lin Yinping was pale, narrowly escaping the cracks by luck. Perhaps the supposed divine protection of the heavenly land-sacred beast was indeed real.